that's still the case. So we welcome you to the City Planning Commission for May the 5th, and let's start our docket.
Yeah, we are streaming live on YouTube today. The link is available on our website. To be clear, we are only on YouTube today, channel 2. There's a joint City Council committee meeting right now or starting very soon, and that's on channel 2. So we are just on YouTube today, and all that information is on our website.
Right.
Okay, so we have a total of 17 items on our docket today, and we will start with the consent docket. Docket item C1 is 2 companion cases, starting with C1.1, case number CPC 2020-00051. Request to approve a final plan in District MPD to allow development of phase 2 of a previously approved development plan consisting of a 50,000 square foot grocery store on about 4 acres located on the south side of Bannister Road between Drury Avenue on the west and Hillcrest Road on the east. And docket item C1.2, case number final plat 2020-00007. A request to approve a final plat to create 4 commercial lots in District MPD at the same location. Docket item C2, case number CPC 2020-00204. A request to approve a project plan to allow the construction of a multi-tenant retail building on Green Hills Plaza Lot 4, located on about 2 acres at the northwest corner of Berry Road and Green Hills Road. Docket item C3, case number CPC 2020-00056, Shoal Creek Apartments. A request to consider approval of project plan in District R1.5 to allow for a 42-unit multifamily development on about 2.5 acres located at the northwest corner of Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway, North Summit Street. Docket item C4, case number CPC 2020-00049, request to approve a project plan on about 0.7 acres in District R7.5 to allow for a pool and cabana. And docket item C5, case number final plat 2020-00010, request to approve a final plat in District R7.5 creating 42 residential lots and 1 tract on 15 acres located at the southwest corner of Northeast 92nd and North Brighton Avenue. Staff is recommending approval of each of these cases, subject to conditions. And that concludes the consent docket.
All right, there's been a motion, excuse me, there's been.
Excuse me, Joe.
Yes,
sorry.
Patty.
Yes, we did receive a request for continuance that I sent notice out for everyone on item C3 to the meeting of May 19th.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, Joe, this Commissioner Crowell on our docket item C2 is stated to be continued to May 21st as well.
Sorry, that is correct.
All right. So basically, are we going through docket item C1, C12 for continuance? I mean, excuse me, for approval in C4?
So you have C1.
Joe?
Yes, go ahead, Olufu.
Docket item number C5, I just got an email from Bob. He wants it continued to May 19th so he can work out the conditions with Stacy. We got that after you started. So.
All right, so staff, since there's late breaking changes, please tell me, please say which docket items are supposed to be continued, their date, and whether it's with fee or without fee.
Okay, I'll give you C5. The applicant has requested that the case be continued to May 19 without fee.
Okay, C3.
C3 to be continued to May 19th without fee.
And so right now, the request for approval is C1.1 and .2, C2, and C4. Is that correct?
This is Commissioner Crowell. That is correct. C2 should also be continued. to the May 19th meeting. So we would only be approving C 1.1, 1.2, and C4.
All right. So if there's anyone in the audience who in attendance who would like to speak on the continuance of C 1.1 and 2 or C4, then please use the raised hand option on your device to allow staff to know to bring you in so that we can have hear your comments. And Joe, if you're ready, you can.
I don't see anyone that's raised their hand, but for clarification, C1 and C4 are for approval,
Correct.
right? Yeah, okay. So is there anyone among the attendees who would like to speak on those items? Please raise your hand now. We'll give folks a moment to find that.
Okay.
I don't see anyone has raised their hand, Commissioner Archie.
All right. Then I would entertain a motion regarding C1 of both items and C4 with the request for approval.
This is Commissioner Kraus. So I recommend approval of docket items C 1.1, C 1.2, and C4 in accordance to the staff reports as presented.
All right. All in favor, and we're going to ask for a roll call at this time.
Need a second first.
This is Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes. I would second that.
All right. So now we're asked for a roll call.
Commissioner Archie,
Aye.
Commissioner Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Commissioner Corral,
Aye.
Commissioner May,
She said yes. Aye.
Commissioner Henderson.
And she is muted. Unmute yourself, Tammy.
Aye.
There we go. All right. So it sounds like there's it's been moved in second and voted in favor by all the commissioners present. So the vote will carry.
So that leaves your cases to be continued, which I believe is docket item C2, C3, and C5.
Correct. So can we do that in one motion?
I believe the dates are different.
I thought they were all the same. May 19th without a fee on each one.
Planners, please jump in because I don't have that information in front of me, the changes.
That's what the docket showed and what Olafu and Patty just said.
Okay,
They were all to
Then-
the 19th without fee.
then I think you can do one motion.
All right.
This is,
Well, before you do that, is there anyone in the in attendance who would like to offer any comments on the proposed continuance of docket items C2, C3, and C5?
Commissioner Archie, I do see one person in the chat who's chatting with staff about C3. His name is Kevin T. I'm not sure if he wants to speak or has had the opportunity to raise his hand just yet. We might give him just a few seconds to try to do that. Okay, it looks like he has. Shu, can you allow him to talk? Okay. Kevin, you should be able to speak now. Go ahead.
It's Kevin T.
There's something else. Thanks.
There we go.
Okay, so this is Kevin T. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay. So the continuance on C3 for, I guess I think it's Shoal Creek Parkway addition of apartment complex.
That's fine.
yes.
That one's being continued until what date? On what date?
May 19th,
Okay, so it's not going to be discussed today at all then, right?
only the continuance. Like whether you agree or not, or have an issue with us continuing to the 19th.
Oh, well, why does it need to be continued on? I guess that's my first question.
I can speak to that as a staff person. This is Patty Knoll, City Planning and Development Department staff. There is going to be some ongoing discussion amongst staff and then with the applicant in regard to one of the conditions, and that is the condition regarding the need to replat the property. So we expect to have that done shortly and have this case back on the docket for May 19th, or we will let you know otherwise.
Okay, so what are they trying to replat?
There is a condition that is fairly standard that the parcel upon which they're going to build the multifamily structure be platted. And staff is continuing to discuss the need for platting, whether or not it is required. It doesn't affect the building design, number of units, ingress, egress, anything along those lines. Simply a need to plat the property from the current meets and bounds to for example, Lot 2, Bristol.
Okay, so when this is readjourned in on May, what date again?
May
May
19th.
19th.
That'll be the last Tuesday of the month. Is that what it is?
It's 2 weeks from today.
Okay, so I'll rejoin then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. Any other hands or are there any other comments regarding the continuance to May 19th, docket items 2, 3, or 5?
I don't see anyone who's raised their hand.
Okay, seeing none, we can entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Crowell. Recommend continuance of docket item C2, C3, and C5 to May 19th, all of them without a fee.
All right, can I get a second to the motion?
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Can we get a roll call vote?
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
Yay.
Commissioner Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
She said yes. Commissioner May says yes through chat. So all of those, so with the motion has been approved unanimously and the vote carries.
Okay, I think we're ready for the regular docket then. We have a few continuances today, and I'll start with docket item 1, which is 2 companion cases, starting with 1.1, case number CPC 2020-00018, a request to approve a preliminary plat for the Second and Delaware project on about 4.8 acres located at the intersection of West Second and Delaware Street. And docket item 1.2, a request to approve a final plat for the same. Staff is recommending these cases be continued to May 19th without fee.
All right, it's been recommended that that docket item number 1.1 and 1.2 be continued to May the 19th, to the May the 19th docket. If there's anyone out there who want to speak on behalf of the continuance, then please indicate by the raised hand option on your device.
I don't see anyone who's raised their hand.
All right. So since there's none, then we'll entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Commissioner, this is Commissioner Crowell, and recommend we continue docket items 1.1 and 1.2 to the May 19th meeting without a fee.
And a second.
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and second that we continue docket item number 1.1 and 1.2 to May the 19th without a fee. Can I have a roll call vote on it?
Uh-huh. Commissioner Archie,
Aye.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And Commissioner May chatted in that she is yes for both of those. So that the vote is approved unanimously, and the motion will carry.
The next continuance request is docket item 2, case number CPC 2020-00024. A request to approve an area plan amendment to the Martin City Area Plan to change the recommended land use from office to industrial in association with the new medical marijuana cultivation, processing, and dispensary facility on about 17 acres located at 14655 Prospect Avenue or at the northeast corner of Prospect Avenue and Missouri Highway 150. Docket item 2.2 is a companion. This is a request to rezone the same property from District M2-2 and R80 to District M1-5 to allow for the proposed uses. Docket item 2.3 is another companion case for this. It's a request to approve a development plan for the same. Staff is recommending these 3 cases be continued to the May 19th hearing without fee.
Joe, those cases had changed there to be approved.
Joe, this is Chris Huey, staff planner for the signed cases. Those are not to be continued at today's hearing, they're to be heard. And that's what the posted agenda states. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. We'll move on. Next continuance is docket item 4. Case number SUP 2020-00011. A request to approve a special use permit for light equipment sales and rental on about 0.139 acres located at 6733 Prospect, or generally located 130 feet south of the intersection of 67th Terrace and Prospect Avenue. This case is requested to be continued to June 2nd, and staff recommends without fee.
Just waiting to see if staff was going to chime in and tell me that was. Actually, docket item number 4 has been recommended that it would be continued to June the 2nd. If you are here and would like to speak on behalf of that case, please look at your device and use the raised hand indicator so that staff can bring you on to speak. All right. What do you say?
I don't see anyone who's raised their hand.
All right, then we'll entertain a motion to continue docket item number 4.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and recommend that we continue docket item number 4 to June the 2nd without a fee.
Commissioner
Waiting.
Bobby Baker Hughes, second.
All right, it's been moved and second that we continue docket item number 4 to June the 2nd without a fee. Can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
She votes yes. And with that, we have a unanimous vote to continue docket item number 4 to to June the 2nd without a fee.
And I'm going to go ahead just for clarity's purposes and mention before I read off the next one, the other continuances I have according to my notes so that people can jump in if it's wrong.
All
Docket item 7, docket item 10, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on with docket item 7. That's the next one on our agenda. It is case CPC 2020-00019, a request to approve a development plan in lieu of a preliminary plat for two multifamily buildings on 250, for a total of 250 units in District B3-2 and R-2.5 on about 20 acres located at the southwest corner of Northwest Englewood and Highway 169. The applicant is requesting this case be continued off docket, and that would be with fee.
All right, it's been recommended that, or suggested by the applicant that docket item number 7 be continued off docket. If you are here to speak with reference to that particular case, then please raise your hand on your device, giving staff an opportunity to acknowledge you and bring you forward to speak.
I do not see anyone that's raised their hand on that one.
Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion there.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Crowell, and with reference to docket item number 7, recommend we continue the off docket with a $130 fee.
This is
Commissioner Bobby,
Commissioner, oh, go ahead, Bobby.
Bobby Baker Hughes, second.
All right, it's been moved and second that that docket item number 7 be continued off docket with a fee. All of those in favor, well, then we will pause for a roll call to cast your vote.
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she votes yes. So with that, we have unanimous support for the vote, for the motion. And this item, docket item number 7, will be continued off docket with the fee.
The next continuance request is docket item 10, case number CPC 2019-000 or 00231. A request to rezone about half an acre from District R1.5 to District MPD for the purpose of amending a previously approved plan on about 1.7 acres to allow for the construction of a 255-unit multifamily building located at the northeast corner of West 48th and Bellevue Avenue. The applicant is requesting this case be continued to January 19th, and staff recommends without fee.
To June 19th?
Yeah, June 19th. I think I said January, sorry.
You did.
All right, it's been recommended that docket item number 10 be continued to June 19th without a fee. If there's anyone here who would like to speak on behalf of that continuance, then please indicate by raising the hand on your device.
No one's raising their hand.
All right, we'll entertain a motion.
Pardon me, hold on just a second. I just
Yeah.
realized that date's not right. That should
Yeah.
be June 16th.
Okay,
Yep.
so June 16th.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and in reference to docket item number 10, I recommend that we continue it to June 16th without a fee.
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, second.
All right, this has been moved and seconded that docket item number 10 be suggested to, that would be continued to docket item number, to June 16th with no fee. Can I get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And Commissioner May votes yes. So therefore, the vote carries unanimously. Docket item number 10 will be continued to June 16th without a fee.
All right, the next continuance is docket item number 14, which is case number SUP 2020-00013. A request to approve a special use permit in District R80 to allow for a stadium upgrade and overall modifications to Oak Park High School on about 52 acres located at the southwest corner of Northeast 79th and North Troost Avenue. The applicant is requesting continuance to May 19th without fee.
I'm thinking I should recuse myself on that one.
That's a question that Sarah might help us with.
Yeah, should I do that for a continuance, Sarah? You're
Sarah,
muted.
you are muted. You're muted. You're very expressive, but you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, if you're intending to recuse, I would recuse completely even from the continuance.
Okay, then I need to recuse myself.
Okay, so noted. For those who are attendees, docket item number 14 has been recommended to be continued to the May 19th docket without a fee. If you're here to speak on behalf of that continuance, please indicate by using the raised hand option on your device.
No one has raised their hand.
With no public participation, I would entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and in reference to docket item number 14, recommend its continuance to May 19th without a fee.
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and second that we would continue docket item number 14 to May the 19th without a fee. Get a roll call vote, please.
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
and May.
And she votes yes as well. So that's again unanimous by the participating voters. And that is approved that docket item number 14 will be continued to May the 19th.
Next continuance is docket item 15. Request to approve a special use permit locate for Winnetonka High School, generally located at the southeast corner of Northeast 48th Street and North Topping Avenue, to allow for stadium upgrades and overall modifications to the school. Applicant is requesting continuance to May 19th and staff recommends without fee.
It's been recommended that docket item number 15 be continued to May the 19th without a fee. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak on behalf of the continuance, then please indicate by the raise hand option on your device.
And this is Commissioner Henderson. I will be recusing myself on this issue as well.
All right, so noted. Thank you. Anybody, Joe?
No one's raised their hand.
All right, with no acknowledgement from the audience participants, then we would entertain a motion at this time.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and in reference to item number 15, recommend its continuance to May 19th without a fee.
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and second that we continue docket item number 15 to the 19th of May. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Commissioner Crowell,
Aye.
and Commissioner May.
Who also votes yes, makes it a unanimous vote for those who are participating in the vote. And the motion would carry that we would move continue docket item number 15 to the 19th of May. We're ready for our next
Right.
case.
The next continuance is docket item 16. And that is two companion cases, starting with 16.1. Case number CPC 2020-00053. Request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to District R10 on about 22 acres located on the north side of Northeast 104th Street between Highway A on the east and North Willow Avenue on the west. And docket item 16.2, case number CPC 2020-00054. Request to approve a preliminary plat for Wildflower in Districts R10, creating 18 lots on and one tract on about 22 acres at the same location. The applicant is requesting these cases be continued to May 19th and staff recommends without fee.
All right, so recommendation is that docket items number 16.1 and 16.2 be continued to May 19th. Does anyone in the audience like to indicate their desire to speak on behalf of the continuance?
If you do, please raise your hand. I want to we still have we have 72 people online. So, and I know there's people interested in this case. So I want to see if we give people a few seconds to raise their hand.
Okay, and raise your hand on the device. You should have an indicator that allows you to the raise hand option.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
All right, with no response, we are entertaining the motion. We're ready to entertain a motion with reference to docket item number 16, 1 and 2.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and in reference to docket items 16.1 and 16.2, I recommend their continuance to May 19th, and both of them without a fee.
Commissioner Baker Hughes seconds that.
All right, it's been moved and second that we would continue docket item number 16, 1 and 2 to May the 19th without a fee. All of those who, well, let's get a roll call vote.
Commissioner Archie,
Aye.
Commissioner Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Commissioner Crowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Henderson,
Aye.
and Commissioner May.
Who votes yes on both? And with that, we have a unanimous agreement that this docket item number 16, 1 and 2 would be continued to the May 19th docket. And with that, we can move on to our next case.
All right, the last case to be continued is docket item 17, case number 2020-00059. Request to rezone approximately 882 acres located at the northwest quadrant of Missouri Highway 169 and Interstate 435 from District R80 and AGR to District MPD, and approving a development plan for a data center. The applicant is requesting this case be continued to May 19th, and staff recommends without fee.
All right, it's been recommended that we move, that we continue docket item number 17 to the May 19th docket. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak on behalf of the continuance, we ask that you would use your device to raise your hand using the raise hand indicator, informing staff of your desire to speak.
I do not see anyone raising their hand.
And we will entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and in reference to docket item number 16, I recommend its continuance to May 19th without fee.
Second.
Commissioner Baker Hughes, I will second.
All right, it's been moved and second that we continue docket item number 17 to the May 19th docket. All in, well, let me have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
Who votes yes as well, which means it's unanimous agreement on moving docket item number 17 to the May 19th docket without a fee. So we are ready
Right.
to,
We're ready for business now.
all right.
So that takes us back to docket item 2, I believe, right, Chris?
That's
your
right.
case. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe, this is Commissioner Crowell. Docket item 5.1 and 5.2 looks like it's going to be dismissed. Do you want to do those now or wait till we get to that?
We can go ahead and do that. Yeah, if you guys would like to do that, we can go ahead and get those off.
Yeah, that'll give people a break. So they,
Okay. So let's go ahead and do this docket item 5, which is a request for dismissal. Starting with 5.1, a request to approve an amendment to the Country Club Waldo area plan to change the recommended land use from low density residential to neighborhood commercial on about 1/4 acre at 8020 Ward Parkway Plaza. And docket item 5.2, case number CPC 2020-00010, request to approve a rezoning from District R6 to District B1-1 for use by the Sherwood Autism Center on about 1/4 acre at the same location. The applicant in these cases is requesting they both be dismissed.
all right, it's been a recommendation that docket item number 5.1 and 5.2 be dismissed. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on behalf of that dismissal? If so, then indicate by using your device to raise your hand and let staff know of your desire to speak.
I don't see that anyone has raised their hand.
All right, with that, we will entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Crowe, and in reference to docket items 5.1, 5.2, I recommend the dismissal of both.
Commissioner Baker Hughes seconds that.
All right, it's been moved and second that we dismiss docket item number 5.1 and 5.2. Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she votes yes, which makes it unanimous once again. So this case will follow its recommendation, follow the motion. And I think now we're ready for the docket.
All right, that brings us back to docket item 2. There are 3 companion cases here, starting with 2.1. Case number CPC 2020-00024, a request to approve an area plan amendment to the Martin City Area Plan to change the recommended land use from office to industrial in association with the new medical marijuana cultivation, processing, and dispensary facility on about 17 acres located at the northeast corner of Prospect Avenue and Missouri Highway 150. Docket item 2.2, case number CPC 2020-00020, a request to approve a rezoning from District M2-2 and R80 to District M1-5 in association with the same use and at the same location. And docket item 2.3, case number CPC 2020-00023, request to approve a development plan for the same. Christopher Huey, staff planner.
Joe, bear with us 1 second. And Nicole just messaged she's having trouble sharing the PowerPoint. So 1 moment, please.
This is a tech day.
I have no idea why, because we can see her screen up here.
It says the host disabled participants screen sharing.
I did no such thing. Let me see what we can do. It's because you haven't been made a co-host, Nicole. Hold on. Nicole, are you able to do it now? You've been a co-host for a minute or so now. There we go.
All right. Thanks, Nicole. So before us, this is Christopher Huey, staff planner, City Planning Development, Kansas City, and Missouri. Before us, we have, as stated by Joe, we have 3 companion cases. One's for an area plan amendment, one is for a rezoning, and one is for a development plan. These are for a medical marijuana facility, a dispensary and cultivation use. at 14655 Prospect Avenue, or basically at the northeast corner of Prospect Avenue and M150 Highway. The general summary of the application is these 3 companion cases are to construct an 8,000 square foot dispensary building and 2 96,680 square foot medical marijuana cultivation or more of a greenhouse facility. Next slide, please. As stated, this is at Prospect and M150 in the very southern edge of the city, close to the shared boundaries with KCMO and Grandview. Next slide. As you can see here, this is showing the specific site. This is partially split zoned with about the northern 10 to 20% zoned M2-2 and the southern remainder of the site zoned R80. Next slide, please. The key topics to discuss in this one is, of course, the rezoning. With the property being split zone, the R80 district doesn't allow for any commercial type uses. The M2 district would, but again, does not encompass the whole site. Therefore, the site's requesting a M15 zoning, which is fairly consistent to the Midwest Recycling Services just due east of this particular parcel of land. The rezoning does run somewhat counter to the Martin City Area Plan. The Martin City Area Plan recommends mixed use community, which is a more of a B2 or B3 zoning district. The M1-5 request is an industrial classification. While we have worked with the applicant to look into possibly requesting a B type zoning district, they have received permission from the state for creating various products. Those products are classified under infused products in the city's zoning development code, which is only allowed in an M district. Therefore, there's the request is staying with the M1-5 zoning district. Next slide, please. And as you can see, here's a kind of a good representation of the Martin City Area Plan. Everything kind of to the east of the site is classified as industrial. Both northern corners of Prospect and M150 are classified as a mixed-use community, since it's kind of a fairly prominent street intersection. And then everything to the west is more of a residential land use recommendation and consistent with what's already out there. Next slide, please. Here's an overlay provided by the applicant. This is the site showing the dispensary building in the right at the corner of M150 and Prospect Avenue, and then the 2 cultivation facilities up in the northeast corner of the site. Next slide. Here's the proposed site plan and utility plan for the site. You can see that everything is accessed off a shared access drive, which is existing, that will serve as the customer and employee parking around the dispensary building, and then vehicular access to the proposed cultivation facilities. This shared drive is also the primary access for the recycling center just to the east of the site. Necessary access easements have already been granted. Next slide, please. Here's the proposed landscaping plan for the site. As you can see, they focused most of the landscaping along the shared access drive and the street frontages. The city's code basically promotes, that's obviously street trees as a requirement, and screening of any visible parking areas. There are a few landscaping areas and items that need to be corrected. Those are outlined in the corrections section of the staff letter, but they're fairly minor in nature. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building elevations for the dispensary building. The elevated side, the southwest elevation is what will be facing the intersection of Prospect and M150. The northeast elevation is what will be facing kind of towards the rear or the towards the dispensary buildings. We worked with the applicant. Originally, this was kind of a wood product. We had some concern with long-term maintenance, and the applicant agreed. They've moved to more of a faux wood tile product that should have a lot longer longevity. Next slide, please. These are the proposed elevations of the cultivation facility. Again, they're kind of a greenhouse and nature design. The elevations are fairly monotone with a gray metal product. We do have a recommendation in the staff letter that we do some facade changes, since these are not translucent building elevations, to improve the architecture for the facades that face outward into the adjoining properties. The facades of these two buildings that face one another, we're not as concerned with because they'd be internal to the site. Next slide, please. So with that, staff does, given the area plan is not completely consistent, or the proposed zoning and land use not completely consistent with the area plan, staff does support the project overall, and therefore we do recommend approval of the area plan and rezone without conditions, as we never hardly ever put conditions on rezonings and area plans, and do recommend approval of the development plan with conditions. And with that, we conclude my presentation and turn over to the applicant, Patrick Lanahan. He has his hand raised in the attendees group.
While that transition is taking place, are there any questions for staff by the commissioner?
All right. Patrick, I think you've been promoted, so you should be able to give your portion of the presentation. And if you have any slides you'd like to request it, just state those slides, and so we can transition to them.
Everybody hear me now?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you, Patrick.
Hi, I'm Patrick Lenahan with Jaeger Architecture. Our office is located at 8655 Penrose Lane in Lenexa, Kansas. We're representing the medical marijuana cultivation dispensary facility that is seeking the rezoning and associated area plan amendments. I don't have a whole lot to add to Chris's presentation. I will speak briefly to the area plan amendment and give a little further background on how that relates to our application. The way, as I understand it, the way these medical marijuana licenses from the state work, they are associated with particular sites. Those sites are graded based upon a lot of the demographics of the area in which they are situated, and the things such as the economic potential of the area, the unemployment area of the area are all considered in awarding the points for the application. So this site and this license application was awarded to these folks based upon those favorable criteria at this location for cultivation, production, and the dispensary all together. So when that was occurring at the end of last year, our client had approached the city and had met with Mr. Huey about doing the rezoning. At the time, it was discussed doing the M15. It seemed like that was consistent with this particular piece of ground because of the recycling facility to the east, some other very nearby M15 pieces of land associated with the railroad intermodal facility and a couple pieces, I think, on the south side of Missouri one. So that all made sense to us. And I believe then in the interim time period between when we were preparing the application and we had talked to Mr. Huey originally, that that area plan amendment or area plan got changed, and that intersection was designated for the mixed use component. So from the perspective of the applicant, because the license includes the production and they hold some other licenses in town, none of which include production. This particular site currently needs to include the production component, and so we kind of need the M15 zoning. And since we feel like that's consistent with the property immediately to the east of the recycling facility, we feel like it's still a fairly compatible usage of the land relative to what is there currently and is likely to be there for quite some time to come. I will note that the production that's envisioned for this would occur within that dispensary building that you see. It's very small scale stuff, nothing on an industrial scale, nothing that would look like a factory belching smoke or anything like that. So that's our kind of point of view on the area plan amendment. We did, at Mr. Huey's recommendation, reach out to Vicki Wolgast at the Martin City Community Improvement District and shared the project information with her, and also reached out to Joe Perry with Port KC. We understand they were stakeholders in the area plan, and we have not heard any feedback from them on the information that we provided. So at this time, we're taking that to mean there is not any real objection to what we're suggesting we do, but we haven't heard anything really one way or the other. So.
All right, thank you for your comments. And if you would give us a moment to allow our commissioners to ask questions. I do have one question. The dispensary, who is the primary customer? Who are you dispensing to?
So the primary customer on the dispensary are people who have the authority, as I understand it, through I don't know if it's a license process or a permit process, to purchase medical marijuana for a specific need. They have to have a prescription for it. So it's not a general public type of a deal. It is those only who have demonstrated a medical need and have a prescription and are authorized to make such a purchase.
So it's directly to the customer rather than to providers or prescribers.
Correct.
Any questions by any of the other commissioners?
Just a real quick question, Commissioner Baker Hughes here. The community engagement process above and beyond reaching out to the Port Authority and the local business association, was there more than that?
We had a couple of meetings with the surrounding neighbors. We had done one in person that was sort of an informal one because it wasn't at the correct locations or times. We had another one during the current COVID emergency that was a Zoom meeting that lasted for about an hour or so. The property owners, several of the property owners who surround this property did participate in that. There's a summary included in the packet of what was discussed with them. The things that we heard primarily were related to traffic at Missouri 150 and Prospect, which obviously is an issue with the high volume of traffic on Missouri 150. And the property owner to the west of Prospect had some questions about stormwater drainage from this site because her property across Prospect is on the downhill side. So water tends to drain in her direction. This plan includes the creation of a new stormwater detention basin. So that should intercept the runoff from that site before discharging it into a channeled stormwater system or streamway. And so that should actually alleviate any of the issues that she's having with stormwater currently. The traffic issue, it wasn't clear to us whether the surrounding residents were seeking some kind of signalization of that intersection, but the traffic report for the development has been reviewed by Public Works and the Missouri Department of Transportation, and MoDOT is actually recommending the closure of the crossover intersection at Prospect and Missouri 150, so that it would only be right in, right out between Prospect and Missouri 150 on the north side of that road. And for that matter, on the south side of that road. The applicant does have a little bit of a concern about including that as their responsibility in the project, because Missouri 150 handles about 30,000 cars a day, according to the traffic report, and this project is adding about 100 a day. And so there's a little concern about how the transformation of that intersection, closure of that intersection, is solely the responsibility of the developer. So that's something that we'd like to discuss as to whether that is something that needs to be handled solely by this developer, or if there's another way of addressing that. We did get an email, and it may be an off the record email, I don't know, from the MoDOT representative, who indicated that, you know, what they are recommending is merely a recommendation to the city and to the applicant. And if that was not included in the final conditions, that MoDOT would then make plans for what to do with that intersection on their own in the future. We think that that was something that they were probably going to do anyway, because they have a diamond interchange to the east, a diamond interchange to the west. The plan clearly was to get rid of this crossover intersection at some stage. And so that's why the applicant is quite concerned about making that their sole responsibility for the 100 cars they're contributing to that intersection. So that's our point of view on that particular object. Those were the things that were discussed with the neighborhood committee folks. They didn't have any issues with the use or the dispensary facility, and you know, they were appreciative of all the landscaping that's shown on there and the design of the building, and they're looking forward to the neighbor otherwise. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I was talking with my muted. If there's since there's no other questions indicated by commissioners, we would ask that anyone in the audience who would like to speak would please indicate by raising your hand, the hand on your device, so that we could hear. And I believe we have your name and address at this time, but once they promote you into the panelist, then we'd love to hear your thoughts. Anything happening, Joe?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. There's no one who's raised their hands.
All right. Seeing that none have raised their hands, then we would, we're in position to entertain a motion on those three cases at this time.
This is Commissioner Crowell. In reference to docket item number 2.1, recommend its approval with 0 conditions. This case number CPC 2020-00024. In reference to case number CPC 2020-00020, I recommend its approval also with 0 conditions. And then in case number CPC 2020-00023, recommend its approval with the 32 conditions.
All right, it's been moved. Any second, a second with that?
Commissioner Baker Hughes, I would second all 3 of Commissioner Crowell's.
Recommended motion. I do have one point of, you know, before we go to a vote. If there comes a time when recreational marijuana becomes available, then would that facility dispensary change its function?
It is possible that it would. It is not automatic, because the license is for a medical marijuana facility. They would have to reapply for recreational if that were to occur.
And so at that time we come back. I'm sorry.
I don't believe it would change the nature or configuration of the site plan or the facility if that were to happen. But that's a complete unknown right now. We don't know what the future will hold on that.
I was just, first of all, looking at the national trends, and then also just because traffic would be a little different if it became a much more public dispensary. So that's the reason why I asked that question.
Understood. I should note that the traffic study, the recommendation for closure is based upon primarily the peak hour traffic loads there, which are at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. The majority of peak traffic is associated with employees at the greenhouses and the dispensary, whereas the customer base is more of a continual flow on a periodic basis throughout the day. So even if it were to change to recreational marijuana usage, those peak periods would really not be much different because the employee count would remain the same. And so the movement of vehicles at the peak hours in the morning and the evening when they're arriving and departing from work would essentially be the same, whether it's recreational or whether it's medical. And you would really only see a smoothing or a more continual flow of periodic traffic, individual cars on a, whatever the flow of business basis is as a result of changing that license. But again, we don't know where that's going. That could be years down the road.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, we have a motion on the floor. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she votes yes, which means that it's unanimous approval, and the motion as recommended is approved.
All right, we'll be ready to move on to docket item 3 in just one moment, but I do want to announce that the city council is hosting a joint session on Channel 2 and Zoom, and they were just hacked earlier this morning with people using profane language. I don't have any reason to believe that'll happen to us, but if it does happen to us, the only way that, based upon what research we've done, that we know to kind of stop that from happening, basically, is to end the meeting for everyone and then restart it. So if everyone loses their feed and something shuts down, that's what's happened. And you would just go back to the same links you were given earlier, either on the website if you're an attendee or by email if you're a panelist to rejoin. I just want to make sure that's in case they're trolling around Kansas City meetings on Zoom or something like that, just in case that happens. So docket item 3 is 3 companion cases, starting with 3.1, case number CPC 2019-00235, a request to approve an area plan amendment to the Truman Plaza area plan on about 1 acre located at 2303 Cleveland Avenue, or at the southeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and East 23rd Street. Docket item 3.2, a request to approve a rezoning from District R2.5 to District B2-2 on about 1 acre located at 2303 Cleveland. And docket item 3.3, a request to case number CPC 2019-00209, a request to approve a development plan for a gas station and convenience store as well as multi-tenant retail buildings on about 1 acre at the same location. Christopher Huey is the staff planner.
Good morning again. Christopher Huey, staff planner, C, Planning Development, Kansas City, Missouri. I do want to start. We did receive a request for continuance late Friday. Since the staff letter was already completed and the agenda posted, I did ask the applicant to attend today to request a continuance. So before I begin my presentation, I would turn it over to Mark Bryant if he's in attendance in order to make that request. Otherwise, we can proceed with the presentation as ready to go.
I believe Shu or Jamie just promoted him, so he should be able to join us momentarily.
Mark, you've been promoted. If you unmute yourself, you'll be able to speak.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good. Mark Bryant, Rouse Fretz, White Goss, Gentile Roads for the applicants, Greenwood Baptist Church and Arman Muhammad. We apologize for the late nature of the request, but we are requesting that these three matters be continued until either May 19th or June 5th. The reason for the continuance is that we had some neighbors who are willing to testify in behalf of the requests, but they are unable to come to our law office to appear on one computer because our office is closed. And because we'd like some additional time to address some of the conditions that would apply if this were to be approved. And so those are the reasons we're requesting the continuance.
All right. Any questions for the applicant regarding the continuance? And you said that you'd like to continue for 2 weeks. Should we continue a little further out considering the nature of your reasoning? Because we just don't know what's happening with social distancing right now.
If you could continue it to, would that be June 5th or?
June 2nd.
June 2nd. Thank you. We would agree to that.
Okay. All right. At this time, any questions for the applicant regarding the continuance by the commission? All right, at this time, we would open up the floor to those who, in the participants who may be interested in speaking on behalf of the continuance. The recommendation is that this, or the request is that this would be considered for continuance, all three cases, from June the 2nd to from today to the June the 2nd docket. And the continuance reasoning is for more participation and a kind of coordinated participation from people who are in the community and in the neighborhood. And so if you are interested in speaking to the continuance, then we ask that you would please indicate by using the raised hand option on your device.
I see one person named Sharon Hardy that will ask Shu if she's able to promote Sharon so she can speak and be seen.
Sharon, you're promoted. You should be able to speak.
She is muted at this time. So Sharon, if you, there we go.
I think I'm here.
You are here.
Okay, I would like, I heard Mark speak about the continuance. I am just very, very concerned from the time that I received his piece of correspondence, which was notification of the application for rezoning. And in terms of an awareness of all of the inclusive things that are a part of the development proposal, I just, there's been little or no communication. And since that time that I've been on the conference call, which was on April the 13th, I've done everything in my power to make myself very familiar with the proposal for the building project. And when it actually started, the documentation process in terms of communication to all of the stakeholders that were involved. And I'm just not totally aware. I've got many questions, which I've already taken into preparing an email which drafted the primary concerns that that myself and two other persons that participated on that took it to the representatives of our 3rd district, pushed it up to John Woods, who is the director of neighborhood planning, and then at his recommendation took it up further and sent the same email to Jeffrey Williams and Lee Barnes. And so I'm trying to get my mind and head around it, knowing and living in this residential area. I don't see any real comprehensive communication with stakeholders in this area. And when I talk about stakeholders, I'm talking about the residents that live in this area, where the comprehensive studies have been in terms of traffic, in terms of the value that it would provide to this area. And quite frankly, I oppose it for many reasons, as I outlined in my email.
Now, we appreciate you sharing that. We appreciate you joining us today. We are considering not the project itself, whether we approve it or not, but we're considering right now the request for it to be continued. And the purpose of continuance was to engage more with people who are in the community. And my hope, Mark, is that the engagement would not be limited to people who approve, but also will be offering insight to those who might want to know a little bit more and understand a little bit more about the project.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. And that is our position. I hope you can hear me.
Yes. And so Sharon, when you say you approve or you disapprove, are you disapproving the continuance?
No, I disapprove primarily of the rezoning of the area to rezone it for commercial from residential.
Okay. Yeah. Right now, what we're hearing is we're hearing opinions and thoughts about the continuance, and my hope is that if the commission decides to continue it, that it will serve to your benefit when it comes to learning more and understanding more about the project. You still may feel the same way, but you would have more insight.
And may I ask you, sir, how will that be communicated to me? All of the things that are going into this process that you just talked about in terms of the continuance. Communicate. What is it all about?
Okay. And let Mark answer that question. How will you ensure that Ms. Harding is fully informed?
Well, Ms. Hardy did have an opportunity to participate in the public engagement meeting. And subsequent to the public engagement meeting, has taken the occasion to call me. We've had long discussions about the project and about the amount of notice that is provided by law. And I think she will agree that we have complied with the law and that we have
we're getting a little further into the case. What I want to know is, going forward, will she have an opportunity to know more than what she knows now?
Yes.
It almost sounds like you're saying, okay. And she wants to know what to expect.
Well, you can expect that anytime you call and ask for information regarding this project, that the information will be provided to you right away. That if you need an opportunity to meet, we will be happy to meet with you and to explain anything you wish to know about the project at your convenience. The reason for this request for a continuance is to not only provide you, but others in the community with greater opportunity to participate in this meeting. And we hope that that will be the result of the continuance.
Okay. Thank you both. Is there anyone else that is showing that they're showing the indication that they would like to speak on behalf of this case?
I don't see anyone else.
Okay. Then we will move forward with the motion. The request is that docket items 1, 3, 1, 2, and 3 would be continued to June the 2nd for the purpose of sharing more insight and connecting more with the community regarding the project.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and I recommend that docket items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 be continued June 2nd. I'm assuming that's without a fee.
Commissioner Bobby Baker Hughes, I would make a second on that motion.
All right, it's been moved and second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
May votes yes also, which means that it's a unanimous vote that we continue these 3 items to the June 2nd docket, and we can move forward from there.
All right, the next item is docket item 6. Case number SUP 2019-00048. Request to approve a special use permit for South Point Church in District R7.5 to allow expansion of the church on about 5.4 acres located at 101 West Red Bridge Road. Planner is Shu Wood.
Good morning, Vice Chairman and Commissioners. This is Shu Wood, Staff Planner. This case is a little unique, so I'm going to start with a little background of this case before we get to the merits. This case has been in staff's pending for about half a year now. It is about a church expansion, and this applicant has done the requirement by the Code for Public Engagement. They hosted a public meeting on February the 25th, 2020, which was stated wrong on the staff report. I want to point that out. And then there was a large concern from the neighborhood, and they requested for a second meeting, which the applicant initially agreed with and worked with the center planning and decided to have another meeting at the end of March. However, the COVID-19 outbreak happened, and that meeting never really got hosted. So the neighborhood is requesting for continuance of this case, and the staff has received direct letters from neighbors in the center planning to request for continuance of this case. However, the applicant has been working very hard on this project, and they feel like they've done whatever they could possibly do. And I'll get to the applicant here in a second, and they can explain about the efforts they've done. So the first question that the applicant requested, and staff believes it's reasonable, is to let you hear the background story about the efforts from the applicant's perspective, and then ask for your feedback if this case you would like to continue it or you would like to hear it today. Then staff will get to the merits. So this way we don't have an issue with a quorum. And my applicant are Ben Ellis and Ryan Stanford and Matt Henderson, and I will promote them to be panelists, and they can explain a little bit more if you agree.
Okay, so now as we're going through this transition, let me try to summarize what I think we heard. There is reason that a continuance may be more warranted, and we don't want to get into the merits of the case, and then we have a quorum issue, especially since we're in the mode of transitioning commissioners.
Right. Correct. All right. So, Ben, I believe you're promoted and you can talk now. And Nicole, could you please get to the next slide?
So Shu, I believe Brian Rathsam is going to do the presentation. Do you have him up and promoted as well?
Okay.
Now, is a presentation to argue for the continuance, or is the presentation of the merits of the case?
It will be the continuance. They're just listing out the things that they've done. It's a timeline for what efforts they've done.
Basically, the summary of this is Joe Rexwinkle, city staff. The summary of what we've received from the neighborhood is several requests for continuance on the basis of inadequate or insufficient public engagement. or needing additional time for public engagement. And the applicant does not want to continue the case. So they wanted to share with you all what they've done and get your feedback, because we want to avoid the quorum issue given the transition, as you guys mentioned.
Right.
And Ryan, you should be able to talk now.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? My screen sharing does not look to be working at the moment.
We can hear you, but it's a little difficult.
Okay, I apologize. Unfortunately, my neighborhood was notified here this morning that Google Fiber has lost contact with Google Fiber. So I'm fortunately having to try and run this through.
Brian, we lost you. Is there someone else that can run through this?
Matt Henderson or Ben Ellis, will one of you guys be able to talk?
Yeah, this has been Ellis with MHS. Let me confer with Matt here for 1 second, if you don't mind.
Yeah, here, this is Matt Henderson with MHS. I'll take over for Brian. Unfortunately, I guess he's having some technical difficulties. And so we were being notified yesterday by staff of the issue with quorum, which I'll be honest, I don't fully understand that issue, but we just kind of at least want to put together a timeline of where we are, and that we think we've made our best effort to keep this project on track. And so really, from a timeline perspective, we started this project back in April of 2019 with the design team, and we worked through the ownership group with the church on developing a plan, and we waited to meet with the DAT staff until September. And then we finally made formal application in November. And we attempted to have a public meeting in November, but in October 1st of 2019, the city started their new public engagement process. And we had a slight mix up thinking that we could host the meeting at the church, and we found out we had to actually host it at the Trailside Center. Unfortunately, the Trailside Center had already had their meeting in November, and they decided at that November meeting not to have any meetings in December due to the holidays. And unfortunately, we still couldn't meet in January due to a conflict on the ownership side. And so ultimately, we had the public meeting on February 25th of 2020, where we took public input, and we heard concerns about the neighbors, and we agreed to have a second ancillary meeting to address those concerns by the neighborhood, at least I think a few adjoining neighbors. And that meeting was scheduled for, I believe, March 28th. And then, as you know, the COVID issue came out with the shelter in place in the middle of March. And so we agreed also to continue the case due to the COVID. And also, I think there was an adjoining property owner that had spring break plans. And then ultimately, we were scheduled for the April 7th meeting. I think with the COVID-19 complications, again, we agreed to continue. And then ultimately on April 22nd, we've also submitted a letter to the attendees of this meeting to let them know how we were going to address their concerns that they raised at the meeting without getting any real details about it. And so ultimately we're here today on May 5th, and we're ready to proceed with the case. We feel like our plan makes perfect sense for the character of the neighborhood. It follows a similar plan that was put together in the 1980s, and we're ready to talk about that engagement process today. And I guess we're trying to get at least a nod whether we should go or no go.
Well, here's my question. It looks like you put forth a true effort to ensure that engagement took place at the best level, and there's some unfortunate things that took place that created quite a delay. I guess I'm feeling like the efforts, while they were the best efforts, I'm not sure whether the public engagement ever took place to the point to fully satisfy questions that people may have.
So for the commission's benefit, one thing that you could do, and we shared this with the applicants yesterday, and for the benefit of those on attendees also who are listening that are interested, you can either continue the case to a later meeting date, not take any testimony, not establish a quorum, and continue the case, or you can proceed today and take testimony, establish a quorum, and then in the course of doing that, if the commission believes that they need to conduct additional engagement, you can direct the customer to do that prior to this case going to Board of Zoning Adjustment, because they still have to go to BZA to get their final approval. Of course, the third option would be to simply take testimony and hear the case, but we would prefer as staff that we try to avoid doing that, given what we know about a potential new commission coming as soon as May 19th.
And so if we hear the case and feel like the case, and if the case, and we don't approve it so that it can move forward because of whatever reason, and it becomes continued somewhere to after the exposure of testimony, then we run the risk of the applicant having to start all over.
Right. If once we establish a quorum, which we would do if we discuss the merits of the project today, if you all continue it, then we have to have that quorum hear the case next time, which may be a impossibility because we might have new commissioners. So the only option then, and I'll ask Sarah to confirm if I miss anything here, but the only option then would be to ask anyone who testifies today to consent in writing to establishing a new quorum. And if they can't get that consent, then the applicant has to reapply and start this process over. So where you see that November 22nd date, that's when they formally applied to us. That's where they'd have to go back to and that from that point.
That's correct.
So that's the risk I'm concerned. And I'm just wondering whether a continuance from 2 weeks for 2 weeks with efforts to try to satisfy whatever process can satisfy the question would be a wiser move than moving forward and running the risk of a greater setback. I mean, a 2-week setback or a 7-month setback are the two options that you run a risk at.
And I think, Sarah, could they take testimony from the public on continuance only and not establish quorum? Could they hear from the public about whether 2 weeks is a time frame that would work?
Yes, they could hear that. But I certainly think it's a bigger risk to move forward and run the risk of having to start over again. I mean, I think the applicant should really take that seriously. But yeah, I mean, the commission can certainly take testimony on the continuance.
I'm interested in what some other commissioners feel about this, if anyone have a comment or thought.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and I agree with you, Commissioner Archie, about, it looks like some kind of effort made, but due to unforeseen circumstances, that the meeting just wasn't able to take place. And it seems like on this kind of thing, it is a good project, and it probably just needs to be discussed a little bit more with the neighborhood. And go through that process. So I would be in favor of the continuance just because of the unforeseen things that could happen between now and the next meeting.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Henderson. I would also agree with that. I just think we would be avoiding problems down the road by continuing this case than to try to go ahead and hear it today.
So I guess I would say that if the request from the public, the community, is that we request a continuance, then I think it would be reasonable to consider that. It sounds like even if you presented a great case, one of our themes is that community engagement is such a significant part of it that it would be difficult to ignore that or even to approve it and then put it off with the hopes that things will be settled down the road. I think you would be running the risk of starting this whole thing all over again if we move forward. The other question is whether 2 weeks is sufficient for that. And I guess if it's okay with the rest of the commissioners, perhaps at this time we should see if there's anyone that is present on the call that would be interested in speaking only on the continuance, and whether or not the 19th is the best date, should we choose to continue it.
So I do see Carol Winterroad is on the call. And I know she helps facilitate the meeting that they had at Trailside with center planning. There may be others, but if you are interested in speaking on the proposed continuance, please raise your hand in Zoom so that we can call you.
And while that transition is taking place, please, if you begin to get into the merits of the case, then I am apologizing in advance for interrupting you so that we can stay focused on the continuance only before we move into places that we don't want to go in this case at this time. So we're just speaking on the continuance.
Commissioners, I wanted to also mention that the letter that was sent out to the community.
I'm sorry, please identify yourself, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe Brumfield.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm the minister for the South Point Church. The letter that was sent out to the community has our information, including my phone number in there, and anyone can reach out anytime. So we mean to be as just transparent as we can be.
There it is.
And so we intend on, and we plan to have a meeting, which was not able to continue because of the COVID issue. But we do have all of our information out there, and any neighbor can reach out anytime. That's just for anybody that may be looking or watching today and may want to do that. They have the information in the letter where they can reach out anytime. That's all I wish to say.
Right. Thank you for that.
Okay, Carol did raise her hand and she should be able to speak at this point. Carol, if you'd like to go ahead.
Speak.
Can you hear me? This is Carol Winterroad.
We can.
Yes.
Yes. It's important for the people to get a thorough understanding of the situation because there's so many concerns. We were to have a meeting at the church which was canceled, and we were to have some city staff available also. And Terry Woods and Robert Davis from the Water Department had agreed to attend. So that's still pending and hasn't been heard. So people need to hear about that as well as other issues in terms of lighting and parking spaces and things of that nature. So I don't know whether 2 weeks is sufficient. It is if the church feels they're going to be able to schedule that meeting with city staff being available.
All right.
Carol, can I ask what city staff were requested or would need to be there given the topic of discussion?
At our meeting, Councilperson Parks Shaw happened to be there because she wanted to hear about our other agenda that evening, which was on the Kindred Hospital. And as she was hearing that and heard what was happening, she herself called the Water Department and had talked to both Terry Reed and I believe it was Robert Davis to be at that meeting. So my role was just to simply let them know when the meeting was going to be held so they could be available.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Yes, that's about it. And Shu Wood said just to let her know when the meeting was, because I didn't know whether she could be available or not due to her work schedule.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And we could, one of us could be available within 2 weeks. I just wanted to make sure which staff we were referring to.
Mhm.
I'm not sure, I can't speak for water services, of course, but one of us could be.
I would just say this, Pastor Joe, if the, since we're still working on the logistics of the transition from one commission to the other, if you came back in 2 weeks, we'd be facing the same situation. That may not be true, but if the transition is able to take place, then you'll have a new commission and life will be great. But if not, then we'll be faced with the same dynamics. So we can suggest 2 weeks, but yeah, that's kind
And
of
I
what
do
we're
see, I do see water services staff is on the call, so it might be worth asking them as well. If it is imperative that water services attends, then we probably ought to get their input so that the commission knows.
Well,
Bob Davis is on. I don't know if he can speak to that time frame.
Bob, I just promoted you. You can talk.
Okay, you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we're certainly free to meet. I know staff has been working with the design for the applicant, and I don't know if it's all resolved yet, but we're free for a meeting if that's what is needed.
well, so the hard part about that is we don't know that we can have a meeting. I mean, we don't know, as of now, we can't have a public meeting where we have a group of people come. So should we try to schedule, a Zoom meeting? What is your recommendation?
Yes. Yeah. The city council did temporarily modify the public engagement requirements to allow you to do a Zoom meeting.
Okay.
Or whatever. It doesn't have to be this brand. It can be another type of video conference.
Sure.
But that's what you really would have to do, because I do believe there's still a limit on the will still be a limit on the number of people that can gather. So yeah, that's what it would encourage you to do.
Right. We're trying in any way that we can, and this is a weird time, but we're trying any way that we can to make people, make it possible for them to communicate, ask questions, communicate concerns during this time.
And it seems pretty apparent and clear that the efforts are being made. It's just as you and I know very well, sometimes God has a different plan for us, and things, and then we have to maneuver around that. So this is not an indictment on your efforts. We really appreciate the desire, the efforts, and the transparency. We just want to make sure that, in spite of all of the logistical issues, we can move forward with the best level of cohesion that we can.
Thank you.
Commissioner Archie, we have had another citizen raise their hand. It's Pam Bowen, and I believe she may have just been promoted to speak.
Right.
Yep, Pam Bone, I just promoted you. You should be able to speak. Pam, you were just promoted to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the Mr. Archie. My name is Pam Bowen. I have the property to the east of this church, and you hit it right on the head. The neighbors have not. There was this big discussion at 99th and Holmes. Carol said there was too much uncertainty and we needed to meet. That has to go on because none of these neighbors have had an input into this situation. Just by sending out a letter and stating, this is what we're going to do, that doesn't mean there's neighborhoods that are in discussion. I read the couple sentences that affect me because all the water from their parking lot goes to a diversion box and into my pond. This is the way it was designed 30 years ago. I need to have somebody come out and show me exactly how this is going to affect me. And you can meet. There's no reason that you cannot meet. People need to wear masks. It needs to be limited to 10. There are many ways to make this happen. But no, the neighbors have not been in discussion. The three I know to the west are would love to be in a discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. We did receive just a note that said that someone from the water department would be able to come out and discuss those issues. And I appreciate your comments. So it sounds like a continuance is the way to go. And so the question we have, I guess, is whether you want to, Pastor, take a go to the next meeting, which is May the 19th, or the meeting following that, which is the first meeting in June.
This has been also with MHS. One question I just had for the commission to get your opinion on is, if we were to continue that and we were to offer a Zoom meeting, do you feel like that would be sufficient when we come to the case, if we choose the 19th meeting, to be able to have that engagement, to be able to then hear the merits of the case?
Now, you're asking me a question that I can't answer for two reasons. Number one, I don't know what all the questions or the needs are, or the desire to, like, what they need to understand. I think that if it was clear to us, if we were still here, that they fully had an opportunity to fully understand, then I think we would probably be more prone to go forward. I'm speaking just as one commissioner. And then secondly, because we don't know whether or not when you come back, we'll be the people who are here. So it's hard to answer those questions. I would probably suggest that you recognize the risk of one or the other, and so yeah, I would suggest, based on what you see and what people are saying they need to know, you know more than me, what elements of complexity needs to be transferred. Then
If I could maybe, I know you're asking the commission, but Ben, I would suggest you work directly with Carol and Pam and the church, as well as water services staff, and we can give you well, I think you have their contact info, and determine what format works best given the nature of the concerns that were expressed at the first meeting. An in-person meeting, I think you can do it, but with the limitations on numbers, I would strongly encourage you not to, because we're hearing, just by the fact that we hold a lot of public meetings as staff, we're hearing a lot of people are shying away from it just out of anxiety and fear of an in-person meeting. Plus, if it's limited to 10 people, that's going to discourage the 11th and 12th person, of course, that might want to attend. So I would just encourage the small group of you to determine what format works best, and cast a wide net in terms of who you invite.
Okay, thank you for that recommendation. I know, as I understand it, the ministers met with Pam on site to discuss some of those issues. And so we can also make that available to maybe some of the other neighbors through Zoom. And then it seems like from the chat responses that city staff would be available within the next 2 weeks to be able to attend that meeting.
Okay. And I would say, moving forward, I would suggest working with your planner, just to make sure we stay on target with all the things that we're trying to do, all the things that you're trying to do with reference to communication and understanding. And so with that, I'm wondering if there's no one else who has their hand raised.
There is a couple people that keep raising
Yeah.
hands. So yeah, we might hear from them and then close the hearing.
Okay.
So Christine Garrett, I just promoted you. You should be able to speak.
All right. Take yourself off mute there real quick. You're on mute, Ms. Garrett. There we go.
My name is Christine Garrett. I sent a letter to the person who just put into the meeting, and I don't have her name right in front of the person who's in charge of this project. And I tried to send one to you and also to Ms. Binkley, and it wouldn't let them go through. I don't know why. I'm not allowed to email to you.
Okay. It sounds like she's saying she's trying to communicate with the staff person. Turn your volume down a little bit.
Commissioner Archie, I'll share my email and Shu's email address on chat. So if Ms. Garrett can go on there
Good.
and just see our email addresses and email us, we are able to receive email and we're responding.
That's great. I have my chat group up right now. I don't know whether my computer kept going out. Have we been able to table this so that we can get more information?
We are headed that direction.
Okay, I appreciate it. I think we have questions that haven't been answered, so that'll be fantastic. I sent a letter to Wood, and I'm curious whether you got that.
Yes, I've got your email this morning.
Good. Is that something that I should share with anyone else, read the group, or do we have everything we need?
I believe your email addressed to me was asking for a continuance of this case. And this is why I've mentioned earlier that staff has received several emails from the neighborhood asking for continuance. So I believe if there are duplicates, you don't have to send another one. And the commissioners are hearing and making a decision on it right now.
Excellent. So who do I need to find in order to find out getting copies? I think that they've done some of the studies and I wanted to get copies of them.
Okay, what will happen is someone will get in touch with you to let you know when the gathering will take place, and at that time, and how, and then at that time we'll be able to exchange whatever information is needed to keep everybody fully informed.
Will that be set up by you or by who?
There's a group that's getting together to discuss the best method and the best time, and they will be in touch with you.
That sounds perfect. We sure appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You said there was another person, Joe.
Yes, and she's been promoted. I don't recall the name though. Shu, can you, or whoever promoted her, can you announce her name?
I don't believe I see another person.
I promoted someone with the name M. Gherkin. They are promoted and are able to speak. They had their hand raised.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a property owner to the west of the church property. So I know you don't want to go into the merits. We have questions, we had concerns. Our understanding is there are several variances from the normal standards. For example, the number of parking spaces that is normal, et cetera. So we're looking for specific information. I would also want you to know that the communications have been pretty much non-existent. I got copy of a letter that says it's addressed to the neighbors, but none of the neighbors in our neighborhood received those letters. So if there's going to be communications, it's important that we get them so that we can, when it comes time to share the merits and ask the questions, that we have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, and as we understand it right now, with this continuance, we will offer that opportunity. And I think that on the letter, there is a name and an address and perhaps an email, telephone number, so that you can get in touch with those at the church. And they said they're welcome any questions that you might have in that way. So both individually and collectively, they're going to reach out to you to ensure that they can provide whatever information you need or answer any questions.
Okay, that would be helpful. We'd appreciate it. Just know that it hasn't been very successful in the past.
All right, thank you very much.
Sir, can you spell your name for us? We don't really know what's your name.
My last name is Gerken.
What is your first name?
Michael.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michael, for participating.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for your time.
All right. All right, is that all of the public testimony?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, so our question is how far out do we want um, to recommend this case move? And it sounds like everybody's really planning and gearing towards the next meeting, but I'm going to leave it up to the motioner. We're entertaining the motion. I'm looking at you, Mr. Kobe.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that. What is the best day for the meeting? Frankly, it just seems like, if this can last meeting, then you have next meeting. We hope everybody's set up, but there's a lot to be done. And I think we need to allow time to make sure that the church has the opportunity to talk with the residents and the people around. I know that it seems like they've done a great effort to do that, but the unfortunate circumstances have caused issues there. And so, frankly, I'm going to recommend that we continue this case to the June 2nd meeting without a fee. And that would be, so I'm just going to go ahead with the motion that docket item 6, which is case number SUP 2019-00048, we continue the case to the June 2nd meeting without a fee.
Baker Hughes would second that motion.
All right, it's been moved and second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioners Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she says yes also, which means unanimously we agree that this case, item number 6, should be moved to June the 2nd without a fee. So the motion carries. And Joe, with that, we're all coffee drinkers, and it's probably time for us to take about a 10-minute break. And so we appreciate everybody who's with us. We see there's 58 attendees still here. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and continue. We appreciate your patience and working with us through all of the technical stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner Archie.
Looks like we have all 4 commissioners that are participating by video back. And I'm not sure about Margaret. Margaret, could you confirm by chat whether you're on? Please. She is. Would you like to go ahead and get started? You guys are all muted, I think.
I'm ready to go, man.
All
Having
right.
a great conversation with myself. I would love to get started.
All right. Shu, I think our next case is docket item 8. And that is, hold on, let me start the recording. All right, docket item 8. Case number SUP 2020-00010, a request to approve a special use permit to allow the construction of a gasoline and fuel cells store of about 6,000 square feet in District B3-2 on about 1.3 acres, located on the south side of Northwest Berry Road between Missouri Highway 169 to the west and North Broadway Avenue to the east. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Thanks everybody for coming back. Shu Wood. This case is for a Casey's gas station at Metro North. It's a special use permit based off the use itself. Next slide, please. This is a general location. It's located in Northland, where the large Metro North that you're familiar with, where it is. Next slide, please. So more specifically, this subject site is located on the southeast corner of the North Jefferson Avenue and Northwest Barry Road. So currently there is a building located on it. It used to be a restaurant, and the applicant proposes to demolish this restaurant and build a gas station. So the surrounding land use, including a UR district, which is zoned for the Metro North redevelopment, located to the north side of Barry Road, and to the east and south and west of this site, they're all zoned to B3-2. The majority of the use is business use, and including a power play located south of this building. There is a large amount of parking already existing. Next slide, please. This is a view looking north from Northwest Barry Road. Directly across the street from the subject site, you can see the restaurant, including Olive Garden and the still standing Macy's over there. Next slide, please. This is the view looking south from Northwest Barry Road at the subject site. This is the existing restaurant, which will be torn down. Next slide, please. So the applicant proposes a one-story gas station building with approximately a little over 6,000 square feet, and the building will be located to the back of the site, and there will be canopies for gas pumps located between the building and Northwest Barry Road. The applicant proposes to have a new curb cut from North Jefferson Street, which is located on the south side of the property, and for the vehicular circulation. And this property, including the surrounding properties, are all owned by one owner. So they will have shared driveway access from Barry Road and also shared driveway access to the south of this property. The applicant proposed 34 parking spots and with 6 bike parking spaces, which will satisfy the needs. The loading area will be located to the southwest corner of the building, and a trash enclosure will be located to the southeast corner of the building and will be screened. Next slide, please. The applicant did propose a sidewalk connection from Northwest Barry Road, which already have an existing sidewalk. The applicant proposed to connect that sidewalk to the gas station along North Jefferson Street with a pedestrian crossing to the west side of the building. That satisfies the pedestrian connection needs. And next slide, please. And this is a utility plan that the applicant proposes. Staff from Water Service agreed with the canopy to encroach the stormwater drainage easement, which is located from the north to the west of the site. Next slide, please. This is an outdoor lighting plan. Like I mentioned earlier, there is an existing large area for parking already, and staff don't have concerns with this outdoor lighting plan so far. Next slide, please. And this is the signage plan. The applicant proposed one monument sign, which will be located at the northwest corner of the site. And this picture will be the bottom left picture of the monument sign. It complies with the signage code. The applicant also proposed the 3 wall signs on the north building surface, which will be the front entrance of this building. And you can see those are in the picture on the top of this picture. And the sign, including a big main entry sign that states cases in a red background. And the staff recommended to change the sign to accommodate the color tone that the area plan policy really recommends. We can get to that in a detail here in a little bit. And then the applicant also proposed some canopy signs for the gas canopies that is located at the bottom right of this picture. The next slide, please, Nicole. So these are some elevation plans. On the top is an elevation plan for the front. The majority of the building is going to be constructed with veneer brick and cast stone with accent materials, including metals and glass. Next slide, please. And these are pictures of the other facades, including the back and the sides. Next slide, please. So staff recommends approval with conditions, and there are some highlighted conditions. The first one is what I mentioned about the signage, that staff recommends the signage to be better incorporated with the architectural character of the reminder of the store frontage, which we would include them, which we would recommend them to use channel letters of cases in like a white or earth tone, read without the red background. We believe there are a lot of gas stations with the bright red in Northland, and that doesn't really tune in this neighborhood characteristics. And it does not comply with the Nashua Gashland area plans recommendation. And then there are another highlighted condition that is number 15 condition, that the developer shall relocate public storm sewage from under proposed gas pumps, canopy, and other potential obstructions that would hinder the ability of the city to perform open trench maintenance activities. And this condition, staff has confirmed with the city staff that it can be removed as requested per the applicant. And that shall conclude my presentation. I'm open to questions.
All right, anyone have any questions for staff regarding this case?
This is Commissioner Kraus. So I was just curious, the landscaping on the south side, what is that? Is that bushes or trees or what is on the south side there?
Nico, can you get back to the landscape plan? Right here. So there are existing trees along Barry Road, and because there is an overhead power line along Barry Road, so the majority of the proposed trees will be concentrated to the east corner, and there will be bushes planted to buffer the vehicular use area and the road all the way along the north property line and the west property line. And along the south property.
Okay. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'll get there. I just figured that I forgot to mention the landscape plan here. And then along the south property line, these will be trees that they will provide screening from the shared driveway access and to this back of the building, and as well as provide screening to the trash enclosure. Did I answer your question,
Yep.
Commissioner?
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions for staff from the commission?
This is Bob Davis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The plan that she showed has to be revised because our condition was that there's no foundation for either pumps or canopy in the easement, and that the easement, the canopy has to be removable. So if we ever need to access the utilities underneath that we can, so there'll be an encroachment and a agreement.
Shu, can you touch on that? Is this a older version of the plan, or is what's Bob's
Nico,
referring
can
to?
you get to the utility plan? Okay, so here's the utility plan. And as you probably could see a little bit, like there is a wide area from north to the west, kind of cutting the diagonal. That is for the stormwater drainage easement. And Bob is right, and I believe we've communicated with the applicant, and we'll let the applicant speak here. And this is a plan where they revised and showed that there is no gas pump will be located. I believe they revised the plan and showed there is no gas pump will be located within the easement. This might be an old plan that just haven't been updated. But for the canopy part, I believe the applicant agreed that they will install the removable ones through the email conversation, but they will still need to get an encroachment agreement from the city.
All right. Any questions with that caveat from staff?
Yeah, I just want to confirm, this is Commissioner Crowell again. So Mr. Davis, were you talking about the south side of the property where the new storm line is going to be placed between structures 31 and 32? That any trees and that will be put in that area? You know, if you have to get to the storm, you have to fix that, or are you talking about the piece where the gas pumps are located and along the west side of the property?
I'm talking about where the easement takes a turn from going northeast to going straight north. This display shows the pumps in the easement, and those pumps are now outside of the easement, and so are the canopy supports.
Okay.
And there's nothing over the sanitary easement, which is the one that's further west. The landscaping is allowed in our easement, you know,
Okay.
that can be removed. We just don't want it to be structural.
Gotcha. Yeah, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll hear from the applicant. If there's anything to add that was not addressed, or if there's any specific comments that you might have, please share now.
Jeff, I believe I unmuted you and you should be able to speak.
Good morning, Jeff Lawback, SBB Engineering, the civil engineering consultant for Casey's on this project. So yeah, to go a little farther on the canopy, this is an old plan that's currently shown. We increased the canopy spacing to be able to show, I believe, 32-foot spacing. And we also changed the footing design for the canopy in order for the canopy footings or foundations to be also outside of the easement. Also, the planner covered everything. I would only add that we would like to remove condition 15 from there, which was already pointed out. And I believe that's it.
All right. Any questions for the applicant from the commissioners? All right, seeing no response, I would like to open up public testimony. If anyone would like to speak on behalf of docket item number 8, then we would ask at this time that you would use the raise hand on your device to indicate to the staff that you would like to come forward and speak.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
All right, then we will entertain a motion with regard to docket item number 8.
This is Commissioner Crowell, and I just want to confirm the removal of condition 15. Everybody's okay with that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm speaking for me when I say yes.
Staff okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So with reference to docket item 8, which is case number SUP 2020-00010, recommend its approval with the removal of condition number 15. So there would be a total of 14 conditions on this case.
Commissioner Baker Hughes, second.
All right, a motion's been made and the second that docket item number 8 will be approved with the removal of docket item number 15. Can I get a roll call for the vote, please?
Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she says yes as well, which makes that unanimous. And so the vote carries unanimously. And docket item number 8 is approved with the removal of condition 15. We move to our next docket.
All right, the next case is docket item 9. And that is case number CPC 2019-00228. A request to consider rezoning a tract of land from District M3-5 to District UR and approving a development plan which allows for the redevelopment of the former Bannister Federal Complex and construction of 2.6 million square feet of manufacturing and warehousing facilities on 9 lots and 5 tracts on about 229 acres located at the northeast corner of Bannister Road and Troost Avenue. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Joe, this is Commissioner Crowell. Before we get started, I do need to recuse from this case.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the applicants should be aware that that leaves us with a quorum of 4. And I don't know, Commissioner Archie, if you want to describe what that means for them.
Well,
or I can.
Yeah.
You have to get 3 of the 4 members to 3 of the 4 remaining people to vote for this to pass. So can we hear from the applicants to make sure they're comfortable moving forward with that?
The applicant is Scott Cargill and Brian Falker, if you can promote them.
Jamie, have you been able to promote them yet?
I apologize. Could you repeat the name?
Scott Cargill and Brian Falker.
Brian has been promoted. I don't see a Scott Cargill.
Please promote Chris Chancellor. He's chatted us. He would like to speak on it.
He has been promoted.
And so what we're looking for right now before the presentation is to ensure that the applicant is comfortable moving forward, given the stipulations and with the quorum issue.
Chris, you should be able to speak now. Chris Chancellor.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, we're fine to move ahead, assuming that we'll have, give our presentation and field any questions. And, we suspect this will be a very well-received project.
Right. All right.
Olufu, go ahead then.
All right, with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Plan Commission, Olafua Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff, can you hear me clearly?
We can, yes.
All right, thank you. This next case again is down in the southern part, west part of the city where my arrow is pointing to. Next slide, please. It's located, again, it's the federal, Bannister Federal Complex. It's located at the northeast corner of Troost and East Bannister. Next slide. Again, this is the site, about 230 acres. As you can see, it was fully developed, and I'll leave the current state of the site to the applicant to describe what they've been going through. To the east of the site is the Blue River. To the just south of the site are some existing commercial uses, and further south is Indian Creek. And then there's some residential development further south. Next slide, please. Again, the request before you today is to rezone the site from M3-5 to UR, and I will be making some correction in my staff report. And the reason for the UR is the applicant is seeking incentive from Port KC, some incentive to, and thereby they're rezoning to UR. Again, the UR development plan is to approve 2.6 million square feet of office warehouse, freight movement, and about 1,730 parking spaces. This UR plan also will serve as a preliminary plat. Next slide, please. That will create, again, what you see here is 9 lots with the building sizes ranging from about 250,000 square feet to about 480,000 square feet in size. 9 lots and 5 tracks. The access, again, will be maintained via the existing track, existing drives. All the drives within this development will be private drives, so there will be no public drive. They are also proposing to vacate East 95th Street. And this, next slide, please. This is just a closer look at the site with the detention within the tracks shown on the north side, the southeast corner, and the southwest corner. Next slide. Next slide, please. There you go. This is just a colored site plan of what the site layout is proposed to be. This proposed rezoning and the proposed use is consistent with the Red Bridge area plan that was recently approved, which recommended light industrial. The proposed uses on this side will be the same as the uses permitted in the M3-5, except that staff is recommending that a node be placed. Condition number 1A recommends that a node be placed on the face of the plan that restrict certain uses, and I'll just list those uses for you: detention and correction facilities, halfway houses, adult media store, adult motion picture theater, a sex shop, junk salvage yard, composting facility, demolition and debris landfill, solid waste separation facility, and waste transfer station. And the reason staff wants this prohibited is because they're receiving incentive. We do not want to allow those negative uses to be permitted on the property when we are incenting the property, especially also based on the history of the site and the cleanup that's gone through the site. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval, subject to the 28 conditions, and I believe the applicant is ready to present following my any questions from Plan Commission. That ends my presentation.
All right, one question, Olafu. What's going on with my, is the additional is the note an additional condition?
No, it's just a correction to the plan. I have about 10 corrections that they're going to make to the plan. We just want it to be stated so whenever users come to occupy the site, we will not permit such uses.
Okay.
And the applicant does not intend to permit those uses either.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff from the commission? Then we would hear from the applicant.
Hi, good morning.
Go next slide, please. Next one. You can go on to. Next one will be the applicant. Next one. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, perfect. All right, well, good morning. My name is Chris Chancellor with North Point Development. Offices at 4825 Northwest 41st Street, Riverside, Missouri. With me today is Brian Forker, also with North Point Development. Scott Cargill with Olson Associates, representing us as our civil engineer. And then also available to field any questions the commission may have is Kevin Breslin with Bannister Transformation and Development. BPD, as we refer to them, is the current landowner of the site, which we're under contract to purchase. So we appreciate the opportunity to have this case heard before the commission. We understand that we've taken several continuances to get here today, given all the COVID issues that we've all faced. But we do want to commend the work that various city staff members have put into the project so far. So Olfu, thank you for your presentation. And we also have worked with LDD, Stacy and her group, as well as Water Services to work through the conditions and get to what could be a pretty tricky site given its history to get to where we are today. And so next slide, please. So many of you are already familiar with North Point Development. So for purposes of brevity, I will just keep it simple. We're a real estate development firm headquartered here in the KC metro area. And over the past 7 years, we've developed and managed over 70 million square feet of industrial space across the country in markets in more than 20 states. So we're long-term holders of our industrial properties. So we want to make sure that the materials that we build the buildings with, the landscaping and the things that will go into kind of years of ownership of these buildings, as opposed to just building them and flipping them and selling them. So it's important for us on a number of levels. One, we want to build a quality product and a quality project, and two, that we also want to do business the right way and maintain those relationships that are important to us. So if you see on this slide, most of the companies listed at the bottom are large corporations that are our tenants across the country, but they've leased space in multiple locations across the country. So they're repeat clients. We have great respect for them and the relationships that we built with them. So we believe that's a testament to the way we conduct our business, that they would continue to come back and work with us and ask us to find sites across the country for them so that we can be their landlord. Next slide, please. So Blue River Commerce Center, formerly known as Bannister Federal Complex by most people. So bordered on the south by Bannister Road and Indian Creek, to the east by Union Pacific Railroad, those railroad tracks that you can see there. Into the north by the Wooded Bluff area, into what appears here on this graphic as the aerial photo starts to really climb in grade. And then also I think there's section of parkland. Legacy Park is to our north as well. So real quick, brief history. In 2017, approximately 225 acres of the former Bannister Federal Complex was transferred to BTD, Bannister Transformation and Development. So again, as I indicated, they are the current owner of the site. I think there's some folks that probably assume that the federal government still currently owns the site, and that's not the case. Or late in 2017, that transaction did occur. The federal government conveyed the property, title to the property to BTD. The remaining area east of those railroad tracks that you see there on the east side, adjacent to Blue River, you can see a large building over there with a brown roof. So that remains owned and maintained by the federal government, by GSA, General Services Administration, and is not part of the plan area that we have before you today. The other thing I want to point out that's not part of the plan area that we have before you today is the very northeast corner of Troost and Bannister Road. So you can see there's just a small, 4 or 5 acre section at that northeast corner. That is not part of this plan that you have in front of you today. That is ground that will continue to be remain owned by BTD for future development that we are not party to. The plan, as Olafu indicated, is about 2.6 million square feet of Class A industrial space, multiple buildings across the site that we would anticipate we would develop in multiple phases. The location has, for us, numerous benefits, which we feel makes it a great development opportunity. And one that we would invest in for long-term ownership is proximity to arterial streets with Troost and Bannister Road. Its access to interstate highways just to the east, has access to 71 highway, which becomes I-49, as well as 435. So that proximity from a logistics standpoint is very important to potential users of the site, as well as its, the history of the site and what it had been used for in the manufacturing history. Left the site with significant utility infrastructure that's around the site. So that's important, and it satisfies a lot of requirements for potential logistics users, but also manufacturing users that we would identify for potential occupancy at the site. In addition to those logistics benefits, the location, and we'll talk about this more in greater detail, but it sits in close proximity to a really great labor pool that would support a number of jobs to be created by this development. So based on our experience and the size of the site, we would estimate, some 1,500 jobs when the project is built out and occupied. So that requires a significant labor pool to be able to field those and fill those jobs. And we are excited about the area, kind of where Blue River Commerce Center sits, and the ability to be able to fill those positions. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, many of those jobs, we know will be filled by, one and sometimes no car households. So access to public transportation is significant for this site. And we have illustrated here on this graphic that this is the location or the route of the Troost Max service line and its relationship to our site. So we have been working with KCATA on possibilities to increase that bus service along that Troost Max line, as well as trying to figure out a better solution for the Prospect Max line, which essentially ends at 75th Street right now. But to get that connection, that east-west connection from Prospect over to Troost, we think is very important, and try to increase bus service there to the extent practical. So we continue to work with KCATA on that. We think access via public transportation to the site is very important. To that end, we've talked to KCATA about a modified route that you see here, that it comes, Troost Max comes down to the corner of Bannister and Troost and then heads east. And then it kind of jogs back in on the public street at 95th Terrace. We're talking to ATA about the possibility of actually running that line through our site. And I think, that there's a lot of benefits to that. Obviously, these buildings, you look at the scale in this drawing, they are long buildings. Each one of those is 400,000 or 500,000 square feet. So trying to minimize that walking distance and that travel time for people that use public transportation, so that they're not walking, a half a mile to get to work still after they get off the bus. So that's our goal, and we continue to have really positive conversations with ATA regarding that. Next slide, please. So as you're aware, and I think Olufu touched on it, this existing site is the brownfield site, formerly owned by the federal government until the end of 2017. So the current owner, Bannister Transportation and Development, has been responsible for the ongoing demolition of the site. So what you can see there is kind of the condition of the property, essentially, as they would have taken it over in 2017. And it's approximately 4 million square feet of kind of World War II era manufacturing buildings that were previously on the site. So BTD is responsible to do all the demolition of the site and to remediate the environmental condition. They've spent a number of years reviewing the environmental condition. Many state and federal agencies involved in that process as well. And they put together a work plan that is working through with the MDNR, Missouri Department of Natural Resources, to come up with a solution to satisfactorily remediate the site for commercial industrial uses. So with the site essentially, the demolition essentially completed. Next slide, please. So you can see there the site, now is, but the site's currently being mass graded and being readied for potential redevelopment. So the current landowner is remediating the site, I would tell you, generally speaking, from kind of west to east. So therefore, our plan to begin development, when we look at the site plan again, you'll see we have a smaller building at the west end, and then we'll continue to develop from that west side near Troost, and we'll develop in phases, head east, and just kind of follow the environmental remediation that the current landowner is employing right now.
Okay, Chris.
Next slide, please. Yeah.
I don't know if it's, sometimes I think when you move to one way or another, your voice goes into kind of a robotic echo. And so,
you know what I might do, if no one minds, I'm gonna try to cut the video feed so that the voice is a little more stable. My internet, I will be honest with you, is not the most robust. I do not live in Google world. So let me cut the video feed and make sure that that helps for us. Okay, hopefully we'll find that better. Let's see. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the number of jobs we believe be created by the redevelopment of the brownfield site. Now, the slide up now shows you it's essentially a kind of an overview of what we call the Learning and Career Center at Logistics Park, Kansas City. And so that Learning and Career Center is what we've instituted at our logistics park in Edgerton, Kansas. And the Career Center is actually a joint effort between public and private entities to provide training and education related to the employment opportunities that would exist in the park. The space and construction at that location was provided by North Point, while the training is developed and implemented by the local school districts and the local community colleges. So in a similar fashion, we've identified Blue River Commerce Center as another location to provide an additional career center for that training. So training, such as forklift operation certification, or perhaps even, CDL training and education, those types of, work-based training programs is what we would intend to have at this site. And so ongoing development training would also take place there as well. So you'd have that kind of program that would envelop, all the initial training that you would need to get the job, and then the kind of the ongoing development training as you are employed there, and continue to keep up your certifications. So once again, we would provide the space and provide all the construction. We would finish the space, pay for that and donate that, while working in conjunction with the South Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, the Center School District, Metropolitan Community Colleges, and recently we're in discussions with the Kauffman Foundation. So those entities would really take the lead to develop and implement the training program. We know we're really great at building the space, but we're not the greatest at training people on, forklift operations. And I don't think you would want me there training people on forklift operation. So we partner with those groups, and they've already started kind of working on, what could potentially be a really great training program. So our goal is to provide those training programs to ready those local participants that we talked about, that kind of that labor pool that we see within that 15 and 20-minute drive time, and get those jobs that are get the applicants ready for those tenants when they come in and they need to fill 500 jobs. Then the applicants are already trained and essentially ready to go. Next slide, please. So the location of Blue River Commerce Center, we feel is kind of a natural extension of the industrial park that we began several years ago on 87th Street. So that's our Three Trails Commerce Center, which you see here on this slide. We have previously constructed 3 buildings at this location, and this park had been a huge success and completely leased. But due to ongoing kind of mine reclamation activities just south of this, in that same area, there just aren't any building sites available in the near term for us to focus on and construct our next building. So we had to set out and search for a nearby location that, again, has great access to 435 and 71 highway, but also has access to that labor pool that we talked about. So what we think we found here is a kind of the best of both worlds in that respect. So we think Blue River Commerce Center is really only a stone's throw away from the Three Trails Center. We would anticipate that any of the training programs that we would employ at the Blue River Commerce Center that we just talked about through the Learning and Career Development Center, that participants could use that from Three Trails Commerce Center as well. So there's a lot of synergy that occurs by being in close proximity to Three Trails. And we believe Blue River Commerce Center fits perfectly, gives us that opportunity to kind of begin construction nearly immediately while the work at Three Trails continues with the mine reclamation, but then continue developing over the next several years.
And Chris, let me remind you that our focus generally is on the the land use, which you've made a good case for, and also the zoning that you're requiring. And you've given us a good reason why the zoning is appropriate.
Yep.
And so,
Yeah, and let me just touch on, kind of the public input that we've had to date, and then I'll finish the presentation. So we've been coordinating with the landowner for many months, and establishing what that timeline would look like for redevelopment activities to begin on the site. Late last year, we were able to determine that timeline with some specificity. So in January this year, we held a neighborhood meeting at our Three Trails Center in order to kind of show interested people and stakeholders and neighbors, kind of what the Blue River Commerce Center would look like, building materials. These buildings will look very similar to what you see in the graphic in front you had a community coalition as well. Several people showed up, and we had a kind of an open house and walked them through any questions that they may have had.
I think we lost Chris.
In that meeting, we also met with. Can you hear me?
Off and on.
Yeah. So
Chris, do you have someone on your team that could help finish this, that has a better connection maybe?
Yeah, I'll let Brian, he can finish the discussion about our coordination with adjacent property owners and stakeholders.
It sounds like you said you had a couple of positive meetings, and you exposed everybody to the plan, but I didn't hear whether or not you had a full agreement, or whether some folks had questions or that piece.
Yeah, I'll again, I don't know if I'm, can be heard clearly or not, but I will tell you that we presented at several neighborhood meetings, as well as South Kansas City Alliance, and the plan was very well received by everyone that attended all of those meetings. And we've had occasional follow-up questions, but nothing that would indicate that there was any pushback to our plan or to the development itself.
Right.
And really, I'll close my portion of the presentation and just say that we're in agreement with the staff report in front of you and those conditions. We would open it up to any questions that you have, and again, I would ask Brian may assist in answering some of those questions, since I seem to be cutting in and out.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? All right. Your presentation was quite detailed. And so what we want to do now is see if anyone in the audience or participants would like to address any issues regarding this particular case. We're on docket item number 9. If you do, please use the hand raise sign on your device to allow staff the opportunity to address and bring you forward.
Carol Winter Road is like to speak. And Carol, you've been promoted. You should be able to speak now.
We were glad to see a company in Kansas City doing a development, and we hope it certainly worked well. The primary, I'm sorry. The primary concern we had was the taxing jurisdictions and what they were going to receive, because they're asking for tax incentives. And we never did get a copy of what they said they would send us in terms of those jurisdictions. We did talk with the Center School District, and apparently some plan has worked out, but we're very concerned about what's going to be coming to the taxing districts.
Perhaps if we can, Carol, if it's okay for us to gather all the questions, and then perhaps afterwards, either staff or applicant can address the issue of how and what taxing jurisdiction will be affected.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any other comments from? Is that the only one, Shu, from the public?
Yes, that's it.
All right, Olafu, I don't know if you know or whether we should refer to the applicant with reference to which taxing jurisdictions would be affected. And in what way.
I think the applicant can answer that best. I just know that they're seeking tax incentive from Port Casey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Applicant still, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah. So we are seeking a tax, a payment in lieu of tax on this site from Port KC. And so we have been meeting with the taxing jurisdictions, and Center School District is one of those. I would just say that, we do not currently have any of those worked out in final form. So, we haven't been able to share what we don't completely know at this point. We're having great conversations with the taxing jurisdictions, and Center School District included is obviously a significant portion of that. And we are working out some agreement with them as we speak. So we would anticipate that they would be in full agreement, number one, with the plan and with the opportunities that exist with the Learning and Development Center, but also with their share of the tax that by the end of this month, we believe that we'll have that all worked out.
And so can it be made available for those who are the immediate community that you've been communicating with?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. If there's no other public requests for testimony, then we'll go to the commission to see if there's any questions, any pending questions, or we'll entertain a motion.
We see one more raising hand. Brian Collins, or Carol Winter Road, actually. She's raising her hand again.
All right. See, Carol is back.
Carol, you should be able to talk now.
All right.
Can I speak?
Can my husband speak about the taxing jurisdiction situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When this came down, I was on what we called the Port Authority at the time. Now I guess it's Port KC. At any rate, my concern all along has been in terms of working with the different people on this project, and I've been involved in virtually every meeting, is that in 1939-40, when the government took or bought the land from basically local people, which was farmland at that particular time, it has been for the past 80 some odd years off the tax rolls, but in lieu of taxes, they were paying the Center School District some monies. Problem is, they're all along the problem with the Port Authority and with TIF things is that they take money away from the state line pension fund, mental health, the Metro Junior College, the Board of Disability Services, the City of Kansas City, Missouri, and Mid-Continent Library, as well as Jackson County itself. And we feel like that since the government actually paid CenterPoint, who is the current owner of that, they paid them billions, virtually $1 billion to clean it up. Then it became theirs for nothing. But in the meantime, taxpayers have been out of the loop for that product, except for the Center School District to a degree. There's been no taxing on it. And I see no reason at all that CenterPoint should be making a major project, and we should do what amounts to as a tax increment financing thing on this particular project, because this company is not a poor company, and and the rest of the taxing jurisdictions in Jackson County have been, and the state of Missouri have been out of the loop far too long. I think it should be back in. So I have problems with that. I think it needs to be, he promised that he would send us where the distribution of taxes would go before this came to you. And we have not received, Mr. Chancellor, we have not received anything on that. And I'm pretty upset in the fact that my father happened to be, and mother both worked at Pratt & Whitney when it was first built. And my dad actually had to work beyond, because the Army drafted him and put him there, and he had to end up serving about 3.5 years and stay on beyond the war to get the equipment sold off. So I'm very personally aware of it, but I think the problem we got is that we should be, all of the jurisdictions of taxing jurisdictions should be getting a quote fair share, end quote. But businesses do not recognize what a fair share is. They pass it on to us little guys to pay the bucks. Okay, enough of my political perspective.
Okay, and understanding that, here's my suggestion would be that
he hasn't given us that list.
You already said that.
Excuse me, sir.
Since we do not mediate those contracts as they're in negotiation, then that negotiation will take place between the authorities over the taxes jurisdiction and the applicant themselves. And I'm pretty sure they will, with all their wisdom, come up with at least what their perception is of fair outcome to the taxing jurisdictions as well. But I would voice my concerns with them, perhaps in a letter, and state to them while they're in the negotiations that these are the concerns that you have.
Well, we already did that to them. We already did, and they promised that they would send us that, and they did not.
Well, I think that in their process of negotiation, the commitment is when that negotiation is finalized, they'll make it public to all of those who are concerned.
And we're out of the loop.
That's enough.
Enough.
Okay. And the commitment they'll put you back in the loop. So we appreciate your questions. We appreciate your concern and your commitment. Did we have another person who wanted to speak?
No, there's no other person who wish to raise their hand.
Okay. All right, we're going to close public testimony. And if there's no discussion, if there's discussion or questions, then we would entertain those by our commission. And if not, then I would entertain the motion.
Jason Holson.
From the commissioners. You're going to have to unmute yourself.
I
Tammy.
forgot. This is Commissioner Henderson. I would like to move that we approve docket number 9, which is CP-CPC-2019-00228 with the 8 conditions.
28 conditions?
8.
Is it 8?
8.
28.
Oh, 28.
28.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. 28 conditions.
All right.
Commissioner Baker Hughes seconds that motion.
All right. We appreciate the motion and second. Can we have a roll call for the vote?
Commissioner Archie,
Mhm.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And May says, yes, she votes, and she says she's really happy to learn about this because that property has been vacant for a long time, and she's excited to see things happen on it. And with that, we have a unanimous vote for all of those who participated in the case, and that gives us approval of this docket item number 9 and the permission to move on to 11.
Docket item 11,
Mhm.
case number SUP 2020-00005. Request to approve a special use permit in District R5 to allow for a bed and breakfast on 9 acres located at the southwest corner of 67th Street and Elmwood Avenue. Alofu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman, this next item is a request for a special use permit for bed and breakfast for mansion in the park. And again, next slide, Nicole. And this is located kind of in the west side of the city, southwest. Go ahead, next slide. Mansion on the Park is located just close to the zoo at the southwest corner of Elmwood and 67th Street. Next slide. This is the site, and it's just south of what would be the Starlight Theater, and then to the east is the zoo grounds, and to the north is just the zoo ground. To the west of the site is Foxtown East neighborhood, and then to the south is it's a single family home that's on large tract. The key points to this development is that this applicant back in 2018 was cited for operating an Airbnb on their property, and in 2019 they did obtain a type 1 short-term rental registration from the city. So today they've applied for the request before you today is to upgrade that from type 1 rental to a full bed and breakfast in this site. This case would have been heard by, I think it was supposed to have been heard by April 7th, but due to the COVID shutdown, they have been continued to have a virtual public engagement, which they did, and now they are before you to be heard. This mansion is the Van Nuys Mansion, which is on the Kansas City Historic Registry and also on the National Register of Historic Places. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site looking east with the zoo in the background. Next slide. This is a view of the site looking north, and as you can see, the mansion sits in the middle of the property, 9 acres, with a big pond to the east of the site, and there is a carriage house to the south of the property, just south of the swimming pool, southwest. The specifics of this is that the applicant would like to use the bed and breakfast with the applicant occupying the basement and the first floor of the home. On the second floor, they're proposing 5 rooms. On the third floor will be a single room, and they're also proposing, or the plan proposes, 2 rooms above the carriage house, or above the garage, which is the carriage house. One of staff's recommendation is that they remove the 2 rooms above the carriage house because according to section 8080504, you cannot operate a bed and breakfast out of an accessory structure. So they can have up to 8 units in the main principal building, but they cannot operate the bed and breakfast out of an accessory structure. So staff recommendation is for approval, and one of my condition is that the overall operation shall meet the requirement of section 88320-02, which is the standard for bed and breakfast. Staff also requires that or recommends that this be granted for this special use permit be granted for a period of 3 years to make sure that the applicant is in compliance with the section of the code, after which they can come back for an extended approval. Another condition of approval is that, again, the bed and breakfast shall be limited just to the principal structure. They cannot operate bed and breakfast out of the accessory structure. And also, if there is any proposed modification to the building, they must get approval from the Historic Preservation Commission. And I'll let you know that Brad Wolf, who is the administrator, is standing by if you guys have questions for him in terms of any historic, relative to any historic questions from the historic nature of the property. I am looking through my conditions. Staff's recommendation for this is for approval. Next slide, please. Sorry, Nicole. I forgot to. Again, this back to the area, which should probably better. Next one. Back to one more forward. One more. Okay, so the pond exists here. The principal structure is at this location. There's a portico here where you drive through and come back to the garage and the carriage house. And these are solar panels, but staff recommendation is for approval subject to the 14 conditions, I think. Next slide. Yeah, subject to the 14 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions for staff?
I do have a couple of questions. The difference between a short-term rental and a B&B, the permitting process for short-term they already have in place. Is it the difference, the number of rooms? What, can you share that with me, please? And an add-on to that, are there different code regulations for an Airbnb or for a B&B than there are for extended stay for short-term rental?
The STR, the short-term rentals, has two types. One, if you meet all the criteria, that can be approved administratively, and the one that they receive was approved by the director. I can't go into the basics, the more details, then that one can be approved administratively, which they got. But to do the things that they want to do, which I think the violation cited that they were serving food, which is why they want to do bed and breakfast. Bed and breakfast allows you to serve breakfast. You cannot serve anything beyond breakfast, but the STR does not. It's just lodging. So they want to do more than just the Airbnb, which requires a special use permit as a bed and breakfast versus just doing the Airbnb as a type 1 STR. Type 2 STR are bed and breakfast that also may require special use permit if you do not meet certain criteria. Did I give you a quick answer?
So would the short-term rentals still apply to the carriage house units?
No. The special use permit will trump, and then you cannot operate a bed and breakfast out of your carriage houses.
Thank you.
And the SUP is required because it's a reuse of a historic structure or historic building. So
This is Commissioner Henderson. Can I ask a question about the historic structure? Does the preservation department or whatever, do they have different requirements for a B&B in a historic structure that would differ from a regular city SUP for a bed and breakfast?
no, it's the same requirement. It's just that if you have a historic structure, you can reuse it through the SUP process. So that the SUP of the reuse of a historic structure is above and beyond the zoning district allowed by the city. So if you have a historic structure in a zoning district that does not permit an Airbnb or a bed and breakfast, you can use the SUP to reuse the historic structure. So it kind of gives a wider gives a wider net to cover people with historic structures that are not in the proper zoning.
Okay.
But we allow you to, we prefer you do that so that there's the historic review too attached to the bed and breakfast.
And then I want to ask one more question. Does the fact that food is served in B&Bs, does that drive the health department to inspections? And then that causes me to also ask, does the fire department come in and do inspections as well? Are there any additional regulations there?
Yes, that's correct. There will be health department inspection, and I do have a condition. There will be building inspection, which you have to meet building codes too. And there will also be fire inspection. Fire department had some conditions, but I think those have been worked out and they have removed, but fire will have to inspect it.
All right. So if there are no further questions, we'll hear from the applicant.
Next slide, Nicole. And I do have, I think, Eric Piper will be presenting, and Michael.
Eric, you've been promoted to panelist. You should be able to talk now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Eric Piper with Piper Wind Architects. Our address is 2121 Central, Kansas City, Missouri, and downtown on the Crossroads. With me today is the homeowners, Gary and Laura Wesche, who reside at the property at 6700 Elmwood in Kansas City, as well as my colleague at Piper Wind, Michael Blackledge, one of our project architects. I'd like to spend just a minute discussing, expanding on some things regarding the conditions that the staff planners have put on this project. But before I do that, I would like to turn the mic over to Gary and Laura to discuss the explanation of their operations as a bed and breakfast, what they see it entailing, and also the process of their public engagement process. So with that, Gary and Laura, would you like to take the mic?
Are they with you or do you want them promoted? Eric?
Yes?
Are they with you or do you want them promoted? So we need to promote them to, yeah.
I've promoted Laura. Who is the second person? I apologize.
That would be her
Michael
husband.
Black.
I think it would be her husband, Gary, and then Michael Blackledge. But I think at this point you could allow Laura to speak.
Okay, Laura has been promoted. If she unmutes herself, she should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm getting there. Okay, this is Laura. Gary is not with me. He's actually in New York City as a crisis manager with 800 nurses in the hospitals there. So I will speak to our ownership of the home, how we would operate it as a bed and breakfast, and then also the neighborhood engagement. So we have lived here for 20 years. We're only the fourth owner in 120 years of it. In that time, we've raised 7 children and done quite a bit of repair to the home and improved the landscaping around it. Neighbors have commented very favorably. We would have 7 bedrooms, which would become guest rooms. We would advertise it on multiple platforms. And we would run it ourselves. I don't see a video of me. I don't know if that's helpful or if I'm supposed to click on something. I see Eric and Alyssa.
It's fine as long as long as we hear you.
Okay, okay. So you saw some pictures, and I think we might have others if that's helpful to you, but we're on 9 acres with this beautiful historic home, and it was built to be shared. And one thing we think we would offer, part of the question is, why is this important? And we think there's a niche to this property. It's historic, it's beautiful. It's in this east side neighborhood by Starlight, the zip line, the zoo, the KC Pet Project, Lakeside Nature Center, a very outdoor kind of corridor in Kansas City. And we would be providing lawn games, and the 3rd floor, the old ballroom, is full of pool table and ping pong. We'd provide an experience for guests that's just a little bit of a throwback in keeping with the historic nature of the home. And also just add to and kind of finish the hospitality of this corridor over here along Swope Park. Some of the questions about why a B&B license or permitted use rather than short-term rental. Food would be one of them. Our guests have nowhere to go to even get a cup of coffee. You have to go at least 4 miles, so nobody can just walk somewhere and grab a cup of coffee. So we'd like very much to be able to provide breakfast, and we want to do that within the permitted use. It also, B&B has a change in tax because B&B is an active income for us versus short-term rental is a passive income. That makes a difference on how we can maintain and the property itself. We, under our short-term rental, which we've had for a number of years, it gets renewed every year. So maybe the most current record shows it as 1 year, but we've had legal authorization totally under the permit for more than that. We've had over 200 guests every time we've gotten a 5-star rating. Lots of comments about they never knew the east side of Kansas City was so pretty. They walked to Starlight, they walked the neighborhood. And so we want to do a bed and breakfast with this property so that we are running it more as a small boutique inn. I also want to speak to the carriage house. We have plenty of parking. Like I said, we're on 9 acres. We have a long driveway, plenty of space for cars. So we wouldn't be creating some density problem in the neighborhood. But one of the things lacking for travelers who want to stay in historic properties, they are not accessible. They're not handicap accessible. This house has 7 exterior doors and every one of them has steps to get up into the house. But the carriage house, we could make a complete 0 entry ADA guest room for travelers who need that access. And if we can't use the carriage house, then we wouldn't have a way, keeping the historic nature of the property to do that. So that's why the carriage house is so important to us. And we want you to reconsider the use of that. And then let me speak to the neighborhood engagement, which we did via Zoom. We tried to do it as a meeting, but of course, as many things have had to flip to more of a virtual meeting. I sent certified letters out to, I think, 29 homes were on the list. I mailed to all those addresses and set up a Zoom meeting. It was Saturday, April 25th at 10 o'clock. I was available 10 till noon. 4 people joined and we talked for about 45 minutes. I stayed on just in case anyone joined later. I recorded it if anybody has interest in that. But just some of the comments. Cheryl Mack is the president of Foxtown East, the neighborhood association, the neighborhood here. And she is excited, she has told me, because it's something new and that it's so pretty. She feels like it's just really positive for the neighborhood to be doing something new in this corner. And Rashid, who is the vice president of Foxtown, he did not get the certified letter because he doesn't live in that, how the circle gets drawn. But Cheryl made a photocopy of my letter and distributed it to everybody. She hired kids to walk the neighborhood and distribute it to everybody. And so Rashid called in and he is hopeful that doing this with a sign that says this is a bed and breakfast on this corner of the neighborhood will make all the neighbors feel even more proud. And as he said, set a tone for how people are caring for their own property. So that felt quite positive. And another woman who joined is Florence Husky. And she kept saying she's just so excited that she said that they get to have this in their neighborhood. Or as she said it, we get to have this in my neighborhood. So the feedback has been positive. I got 2 phone calls from individuals individuals who were concerned that this was a development project in their mind, like we were going to tear everything down and build a apartment complex or something, and there would be tax implications and all their property taxes would go up. And so the concern was that the letter, I think, just looks so official that it felt like we were just tearing it down and building something. So as we talk through what we are doing, and both of those seemed to be resolved in terms of their concern was we were going to do something to drive property taxes. And that's all the neighborhood engagement. We've had a sign out front, on the property, letting them know about this meeting, and no further questions or phone calls to me.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, if I might then jump into just a discussion of some of the staff conditions and our observations of those. And I'll try to be brief. If that's next on our agenda here, Commissioner Archie, I believe it is. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Abaji for all the guidance that he's given us over the last few months in helping us kind of be able to navigate in these times the processes by which a homeowner can convert a historic property such as this to a bed and breakfast. We really do appreciate his efforts in that regard, given the challenges with communications at this point, trying to meet face-to-face with staff, planners, etc. We do have to make an observation that we think that some of the definitive or conclusive language in some of the conditions in the staff report suggests what might be considered an onerous, to the extent that the owners wouldn't have the ability for this project to be viable. And I'd like to point those out, and then perhaps we can get some guidance on whether or not those conditions should need to be met. One of them is, and so if you could go to the next slide, Olafu, I'd appreciate it. Some of them are very simple, but again, this is a formal document, and we assume that what we agree to is absolutely necessary. With respect to, for instance, item number 1C on the fire department access, we did have a very productive conversation with the fire chief. And as you can see in this slide, the driveway from the front is rather long and circuitous off of Elmwood, with a couple of historic fences, walls, and pylons. There would be access to the facility from 67th Terrace, which is the street on the right-hand side where you see a cluster of ranch homes that were built probably in the 60s. In the discussions with the fire department, they did agree that there probably would not be a need for a turnaround because it wouldn't take more than 20 feet off of the gateway from their property off of 67th Terrace, in which we could get within 150 feet of the house. So not yet having worked through the exact plan arrangement, I would just ask that the last few words of 1C that reference a turnaround be eliminated from that condition, so that we have the flexibility with the fire department to be able to pull into the property through a gate that would be secured, which is, by the way, right next to a fire hydrant that would allow them to serve the property. Next, I would like to discuss items 1A and B, and also item 3 with respect to the carriage house. And you've heard Laura already speak to the desire to have the carriage house be utilized as part of this property as part of this bed and breakfast operation so that it may be provide the accessible unit or guest room that's required by code or desired at least. We may point out some inconsistencies in other zoning districts or exemptions that we think might apply, and perhaps this would be the right venue to discuss those. Perhaps we would wait until the BZA meeting, but we'd like to air those. One of the commissioners already had that question regarding short-term rental and the difference between it and a carriage house for a bed and breakfast. The fact of the matter is there are zoning districts in Kansas City that allows an exemption for historic carriage houses to be utilized for both long-term and short-term rentals. And the difference, I think, is whether or not that exemption applies as a carriage house in a historic district or historic neighborhood versus the definition of an accessory structure. So we'd like to have the opportunity to explore that a little bit further between now and the BZA meeting to see if there might be a reasonable interpretation that would allow them to be able to utilize the carriage house as two of the 7 guest rooms, knowing that the bed and breakfast limit is 8. As a practical matter, if that carriage house was tied to the main house through a breezeway, it would no longer be an accessory structure. Many times that's difficult to do in smaller lots because of setback requirements. Of course, this isn't a problem here because of the fact that the lot is 9 acres. Practical matter, the carriage house is a little bit further from the main house that rendered that probably not historically appropriate. And we're concerned that if we use that device to connect the carriage house and not make it an accessory structure, thereby allowing those 2 units to be a part of the project, that it might be diminish its historic character. So that's a piece of the conditions that we think are important for us to consider going forward. Some of the other ones that we think could be particularly onerous to the project for it to be viable. There is a requirement that we assess and if you wouldn't mind, Olavu, going to the next slide. There's the current entrance gate into the property. You see that there's a retaining wall, a wrought iron fence, and 2 piers that are historic to the property. The next slide. This slide shows the terminus of 67th Terrace on the west side of the property. So you can see that with a little bit of a protrusion of a drive lane into that, we would have fire department access much more proximate to the property than the front gate. Next slide. And then you can see, of course, in this slide, the large, probably 2-acre pond that's on the corner of Elmwood and 67th Street. Next slide. And then this is the 67th Terrace entrance that the fire department would have access to the property. Next, please. My next point would be regarding the item number 11 and the condition that Public Works is, I believe, the one that put this requirement on the homeowner, and that is to assess the condition of the right-of-way along both Elmwood and 67th Street. As was pointed out in the first slide, there is no curb and gutter or sidewalk along the perimeter of the entire neighborhood. Next slide, please. You can see the corner of Elmwood and 67th Street here. You can, I guess, see part curb on the left, and no curb on the right. And there's a requirement, number 11, that one of the conditions for approval was to get a certified engineer to describe the condition of the sidewalks and the curb and gutters, and at the homeowner's expense to replace or add them. At least that's the way that we read that condition. We would ask that perhaps the commission consider removing that as a condition of the project. If you go to the next slide. Another one of their conditions involves sight lines of the driveway to 67th Street, the main primary entrance. And this would be conditions 8 and 10. And we have a wrought iron fence, an existing historic retaining wall, and 2 stone pilasters. We have asked for staff clarification on what exactly those restrictions are. We have not been able to obtain clarification on that, but at this point, we'll be a little uncomfortable to agree to the requirement that if they don't meet the visual sightline requirements, that we would have to tear down the historic front entrance gate and rebuild it to meet those. And so we would ask the commission to consider removing those conditions. And then item 12, if you could go to the next slide, Olufu. As you can see, the property is a large parcel. We've been asked to do a stormwater analysis and a sanitary sewer analysis if there are any site improvements. And our concern is that if we have to add a small pad of driveway off of 67th Terrace in order to accommodate a fire truck, that would enable the Public Works Department to ask us to determine whether or not we would need to completely redo the sanitary system or to provide a stormwater drainage study when we have a 2-acre pond already on the site. Those are all expenses that the homeowner are reluctant to believe are necessary, and would ask that there be some less definitive language put in the conditions to allow us to have the flexibility not to do those if those are not necessary. And then lastly, I'd like to, next slide, please, Olufu. As Laura had mentioned, the property is, as all historic properties, are raised up several flights of steps to the front entrance. Next slide. You can see on both these 2 elevations. Next, please. And the back where you see the, excuse me, the porch and the kitchen stairs. Next. The entrance to the carriage house is at grade, so we would be able to meet the accessibility requirement for one of the guest rooms if we were able to reuse the carriage house for that purpose. And next, there's the carriage house. And I believe next. And I think the last comment we'd like to make with respect to accessibility and the sprinkler systems, which the requirement for a fire suppression system, which are conditions item 13 and 14, we would have hoped that the description would have said or an acceptable alternative designed approach approved by the authority having jurisdiction. I can tell you that in my travels as historic preservation architect throughout the country, I think I've only seen one bed and breakfast in a historic mansion that's had to put in a sprinkler system. And that was in a very remote location. And it would be our hope that we would be able to engineer a alternative approach that would be accepted by the building department. So again, that would be one of those cases where the definitive language has us a little bit unnerved. And we hope that those things can be considered as we move forward with the project. With that,
So let me just, first question. Have these items or concern been discussed with staff already, or is this the first negotiation with these issues?
well, that's a very good question. We have had conversations remotely with some of the staff. We have not been able to have conversations with the well, to be general, with all of them. We were not invited to go to the last development planning committee or the last development committee meeting. It was the development division, land development division staff we were unable to meet with directly.
So the answer is no.
That's correct.
Okay,
Actually, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. You have discussed
Yes.
all of these. Okay,
We have discussed it extensively. So there were conditions from fire that was removed. I will further discuss this additional condition. There were conditions from probably 4 staffs that were removed. So.
Okay, let me go through, if I can, to just to discuss where we as a commission might have to make decisions. The first one is the fire department. Is the turnaround a request from the fire department, or do we have any voice in that whatsoever? Just to Olufu.
I will go back. It's a correct, the number 1C is a correction to the plan. So I can still reach out to John Hastings. I just looked at the email because he had 4 other conditions that he took out, but those were conditions. So he did not say that the correction should go. So I don't want to, and I don't think John is online, but I don't want to change that without going back. But if John is okay with it, staff is okay with 1C.
Okay, so
but he had 4 conditions that he removed from the DRC comments.
Okay, then the chapter 88, do we have any jurisdiction, or does chapter 88 stand and that has to be negotiated at BZA with reference to the carriage house?
I think the carriage house, if defined as an accessory structure, which there's a principal structure and an accessory structure, cannot have the bed and breakfast in it. That's where it stands. So unless we're going to go to law with that, I already told them that's why I have them remove it. You cannot have a bed and breakfast in our lodging facility in an accessory structure.
Okay, so basically chapter 88 stands and it kind of rules out whatever our perception is. Condition number 11 asks the question of Public Works about right of way. Is someone from Public Works here to help us understand whether we have any voice in that or not?
Stacy is on. I think Stacy Lowe is on.
I am Reverend Archie. This is Stacy Lowe from the Land Development Division. These conditions that you see regarding the right-of-way, the sidewalk, the curb and gutter, the driveway were all mine. In my opinion, a lot of these are safety issues. If we're going to be using this as a bed and breakfast, we're going to be increasing the amount of vehicular and pedestrian traffic coming in and out of this property. We need to make sure that they have safe, accessible ways, both for cars and for pedestrians to come and go from this property. Mr. Piper, even in his presentation, mentioned that one of the attractions to people who have used this as a short term in the previous passes have been their ability to walk to Starlight, which is in close proximity. So it seems contradictory to that to not at least further evaluate the option of putting in sidewalks to make a safely accessible route to get to and from this property.
And that is 11, 8, and 10 that you're talking about.
That's correct. We only requested the sewer capacity analysis to ensure that the system that is there now could adequately support any additional people that would be staying in the property as it's a bed and breakfast. I don't foresee this being a significant increase or something that the homeowner will have to bear the responsibility of, but I think they need to do an official evaluation to make sure that they will not be endangered by this problem at some point later if it is not assessed now.
Okay. And then the stormwater piece, I don't know where the services here, but stormwater 12 talks about sanitary sewer, stormwater. Was that just a request for an evaluation, or was that a request for change?
It's a request initially to do an evaluation. If their evaluation by an engineer determines that no change is necessary, then we will not require any plans for such changes. We just want to see the evaluation first to make sure that the system, as this condition states, is capable of handling the sewer that will be coming from that building once it operates full time as a bed and breakfast.
Okay. And then 13 and 14 really dealt with the fire composition, some fire compression system, some system to be able to address a unforeseen fire scenario that is safety for the people. Is this optional, or is the sprinkler system the only way to go? Is anybody here from that department that can help us?
Mr. Piper has had conversation with Cambies. Is that with members of the staff from the Plans Review Division? And he had wanted those removed, and they will not remove that. So that's an international building code, but he talks about going to negotiate that with them as they move forward. We had multiple emails back and forth with the Plans Review Department, and they will not remove those conditions. And that's
I've
not
had,
for you to remove.
I've seen various mechanisms of prior suppression. So I was just curious as to whether or not some system that satisfies them can be, whether the condition can be as long as it meets their approval.
The way they want the condition.
Let me
Okay, go ahead.
just suggest on that one, since we don't have any staff person that represents that, is I think the question boils down to is does anyone, whether it's the Planning Commission or the BZA, have any, since this goes on to BZA, have the authority to modify that requirement or waive it in any capacity? And I don't think we know the answer to that, any staff on right now. So I would suggest that Olafu can reach out to the reviewer. I think it was, you said Cambies that made that comment, and ask them to clarify that in the condition, so that we know by the time it gets to BZA what ability that board might have, if any. I think they don't have the ability. I think there's a different process, since it's not in Chapter 88 where that requirement comes from. I don't think they have the ability to alter it in any way. But I do think that there might be a different process or method of relief that the applicant could pursue. We just need Cambies to alter the condition to reference that.
Joe, I can help on that regard.
Hang on, let me. Eric,
Hold on.
Mr.
Hold on,
Piper.
Olafu.
Yes.
Hold on, Olafu. I think we had a staff member to speak on that. Can we take the share screen off so that we can?
No, I wanted Mr. Piper because Mr. Piper has had this conversation with Cambies via email. So I want him to share the option that Cambies gave him. He had wanted Cambies to soften the language. So you've had that conversation with Cambies, and we ended up with those two conditions as is.
Right, and I think Mr. Rexwinkle probably identified the proper channel, and this would be consistent with the discussion that I did have, and that was that he needed to delineate the requirement as it's described in the International Building Code, knowing that when we get to the building permit review stage, that there is the possibility for acceptable alternatives to be approved. The International Existing Building Code, which directly references historic properties that allow the authorities having jurisdiction to have some latitude, would give the building department that latitude to adjust that or to determine that acceptable alternative approach. So,
and here's where I'm trying to get at. I don't want us to spend a lot of time negotiating on things that our jurisdiction doesn't allow us to adjust. So I wanted to kind of rule those things out right away. And then the areas where we have to make a decision, I want us to have enough insight to be able to do that. So I'm kind of recognizing where we are in terms of our ability to make decisions. And I think staff has helped us understand what we have to weigh against in order to make those decisions. At this point, I want to see if our commissioners have any other questions of clarification on any of these before we hear from the public and come back and decide what we're going to vote on.
This is Commissioner Crowell. I think for me, I'm just wanting to make sure we have the items that we've talked about here and, you know, our list made out and adjustments that we may or may not make. So by the time we get through the rest of the testimony, I hope we can come back and relook at that.
Okay. Yes, definitely. So if your presentation is done, I'd like to hear from public testimony so that we can get to see if there's any other things we need to consider as we start kind of rifling through these.
It is, Commissioner.
Okay, so if there's anybody in the public who is here, I think we have 33 people left. If you're here and you want to testify or voice an opinion with reference to case number 11, docket item number 11, then we'd like for you to use your device to raise your hand, and the staff will bring you forward so that we can hear your comments.
Nobody has raised their hand.
Okay, then we'll close public testimony, and let's review kind of what I'm capturing. If Olaf, if you can help me, Joe, if you guys can help me just kind of clarify. First of all, the first one, 1C was with reference to the department, the fire department. I think it sounds like that discussion is going to have to go beyond us before it gets to the BZA to determine what the best safe route is, what's approvable, acceptable by the fire department to be able to have access to the property. 1A and B with reference to the carriage house it has the chapter 88 requirement on it, and our voices, and I think 3 also is included in it. And our choice about the carriage house is not an option for us because chapter 88 says it's unacceptable, so therefore it's not our jurisdiction to decide on that. Public works and the right-of-way, which also includes sight lines. It sounds like it was an assessment to make sure that, first of all, we have public safety in place because it's going to be used in a more robust way. And then secondly, to make sure that it meets the standard of public works when it comes to, you know, the public using the facility a whole lot more. So those things I think we can discuss, and but we have a solid recommendation from the Public Works Department as to what direction we need to go in. Stormwater and sanitary sewer, I think we probably can have a discussion about that, but I think the request is simply an evaluation to make sure that there's a threshold of standards that are met there. And so whether we would leave that in there and support public works, or whether we make a different decision is, I think we do have some jurisdiction there. And then the fire system, I think, which is 13 and 14, I don't think we have much voice in that. I think that discussion needs to take place beyond us, and some clarification needs to take place with the fire department or those who are responsible for making that decision. So we're left with 12, 11, 8, and 10 to offer a voice on if we should want to do something different from what staff is recommending.
Chairman, we do have one person just raised her hand. And G. Gloria, I'm going to promote, I don't know if the public testimony closed, and are you guys still accepting public testimony?
We will accept this one.
Okay. So G. Gloria, please state your full name, and you're promoted to a panelist, so you should be able to speak now.
Okay, Gloria, you have your mute on, so we have to unmute you real quick. I don't know if we could do that from our side or whether she has to do it. There we go.
Yes, she is unmuted.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm computer illiterate, okay? But this sounds like a wonderful idea for our neighborhood. I wanted to know if the permit, the zoning would only apply to this address, or would it apply to anyone else who wants to do a bed and breakfast in our neighborhood?
As I understand it, and I'll be corrected by staff if I'm off, but as I understand it, this particular application is specific to the property that's mentioned. So it would not be for the whole neighborhood. Each property that desires to do this would have to come in and put in a separate application.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for being here. All right, so we'll reclose public testimony and let's discuss the items that are before us.
What was it?
Or someone shoots a motion off and we go from there, whatever you guys want to do.
This is Commissioner Crowell. I just want to kind of confirm, I understand the carriage house and it's not part of the principal structure, but is that something that can be reviewed by the BZA and be given a variance for that?
If it's a Chapter 88 sort of law, I don't know, Joe may be able to answer that question.
Yeah, I would need to find out what the basis of that condition is. It's not referencing a code section, which would be helpful. So I think we can, Commissioner Crowell, I think what we'll do on the staff side of things is verify the basis of it, and we'll be able to do that prior to BZA. But at this time, I can't really answer the question. I don't know if it's something the board can vary or needs to vary, or if it's coming from some other element of the city code.
Okay, so and with that kind of statement, then we would just leave basically those apply to the carriage house as is.
Yeah, I would just leave it in there since just leave it in there for now, and if it can be, we'll identify for the board whether they can waive it or it can be how else it can be modified.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Joe, Commissioner Crowell, here's my recommendation. I'll have Mr. Piper forward us his questions, and then we will have probably discuss it further with the city attorney, Sarah Baxter, and then get him an answer before BZA.
Okay.
Okay.
Would that work?
That works for me because frankly, it seems like a reasonable request.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
He's gonna put you to work, sir.
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the BZA can't grant a use variance, so if that use is prohibited, then they wouldn't be able to do it, but I'll take a closer look at that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I'm sorry.
Also, I'd like to let Mr. Piper know that the BZA meeting is May the 18th, not the 12th. So he should be receiving communication on that too. And let the neighborhood know that it's going to the May 18th BZA meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Nobody's commenting, Kobe.
Yeah, I was just going to go back on the list again, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
8 and 10, I think, are the same kind of comment, basically. You know, where you have to do the side distance and make sure it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. My opinion again. I don't think we need to change that. Number 9. 11 and 12. Well, let me start with 9. Got to go back here. 9, I think, again, it's just a study to make sure that we've got so we know what the stormwater is off the site. I would think it would be okay because of the pond, but they just need to confirm that through a study. So I don't see an issue, in my opinion, with that one. Number 12 is the sewer capacity. I agree with the comments that Stacy made on that, just to make sure the sewer service line, if we're adding a bunch of people, that it's adequate for service. And now coming back to number 11, this is a standard comment on all of our projects, which is a good comment to make sure that all of the public works pieces are in a solid condition and good. But I'm curious because of the existing street, the way it is, it doesn't have the storm sewers and a curb. How do we address that by having this one site provide that when there's not, it's not provided anywhere else? I mean, but I do agree with the sidewalk. If it's going to be user friendly, there should be some sidewalk on this site for the users as well as the adjacent property owners. So I'm just kind of opening it up for just a question on the actual curb and stormwater.
If you put the sidewalks on there, curbs and gutters are part of the process, aren't they? I mean, you just put the sidewalk there.
Commissioner Archie, they can be, depending on how the engineer chooses to design their site. We would be happy to work with them once they evaluate the conditions that are there now to see what options we have and see what best would facilitate the city's needs. The important part of it would be making sure that any pedestrians are coming to or from that site, especially if they were walking to the adjacent Swope Park and Starlight Theater area, that they would have a safe way to get back to the bed and breakfast and not have to walk in the street. So that would be the emphasis that we would be looking for, but we would be willing to consider options, whatever they might propose that they think could work to meet those requirements.
Yeah. And so the condition is flexible enough to say, meet this demand, not necessarily do this thing. So you can negotiate on how to meet that demand with the options that are available and acceptable by the city services.
That's correct, sir. And knowing this is also a historic property, there may be limitations on what can be done on that historic property. So that's also something we'll have to work on with Brad Wolf from the commission to make sure that we don't cause damage to the property and its historic nature by some change that we propose.
And this Commissioner Crowell again, and that really seems like a reasonable approach to me.
So you have a motion somewhere in there?
I believe so.
All right, I'm ready for it.
So I got to get find all my papers here. Okay. So with reference to docket item number 11, case number SUP 2020-00005, I recommend its approval. And it looks like it's frankly as stated in the staff report, with the understanding that the applicant does have an opportunity to coordinate with staff and clarify some of the conditions that are stated in the staff report.
In a second.
Commissioner Baker Hughes, I'll second that motion.
All right, with reference to docket item number 11, it's been moved and second that that it be approved with the staff report with the caveat that discussions can take place and possible clarity and negotiations were needed in order to be able to meet the demands both of the concerns of the city and what works for the applicant. And so with that motion and second, are there any more discussions amongst the commission? If none, then can we please have a roll call?
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Yes.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
And she says yes as well, which means that this unanimously accepted. And so that moves forward. And I do love the project. I'd like to see it happen. And so I hope that things work out in terms of us ensuring that the city has offered the best opportunity for the people who are there. And we do trust that you'll provide the best services should this go through. So good luck with your project.
Yeah,
Thank you,
great,
Mr. Chairman.
great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we have two more. I think I'm right, Joe. We have two more left.
That's right.
And so can we hang with it, guys? Are we good? Everybody's good?
I'm good.
Take a hit. Okay. All right, let's go.
All right, docket 12 is case number CPC 2019-00168, a request to approve a development plan in District B3-2 to allow for multiple structures on one lot on about 6 acres located on the west side of Blue Ridge Cutoff between 38th Terrace on the north and I-70 on the south. Planner is Olufu Agbaji.
Thanks, Joe. Next slide, please, Nicole. This case is located just at the northeast corner of I-435 and I-70. Next slide. Next slide, please. Again, as Joe stated, it's just on the north side of the stadium, Kaufman Stadium. Next slide. Again, this is next slide. I'll go straight to the site plan. So, all right. This is it's a 6-acre site highlighted in yellow, just north of Kaufman Stadium and then south of East 38 Terrace. Again, this is the property. It's the Kansas City St. Louis Carpenters Union Hall. Again, this site, I'll give you a quick historical background on this. Back in 95, the City Council approved a development plan called Stadium Plaza Business Center, of which the Drury Inn Hotel and Denny's have been constructed to the east of the site, just off Blue Ridge Cutoff. And then in 2006, there was an amendment done to allow for 121 room hotel at this location. The 2006 plan put what will be a condition that restricts any further improvement or any further approval of development within this development plan until such time as the street, East 38th Street terrace is extended to meet Leeds. There have been significant complaints by the neighborhood of activities around here, and they're very aware of what's going on. But the project before you today is on the existing site. This site back in, I want to say 95, was approved for a 62,000 square foot sporting goods store. And it's since recently been occupied by the union, so it's no longer a sporting good. So today's request originally was for a development plan that allowed for 2 uses on one lot. That has since been further amended by the applicant to add a preliminary component to it, which means now this also allows for two lots and 2 buildings as part of this development. Next slide. So the proposal is, in addition to the existing building along the south side, is to create another lot and build what is a wellness center for the union membership. So it's a building that's going to be about 10,100 square feet, and it's going to sit just to the northeast side of this northeast corner of the site. As part of this, they will be creating a lot, and the benefit to the city is that while the site currently does not have a sidewalk, we will be getting sidewalks on the south part of East 38 Terrace. There will also be planting street trees through the site, and also the existing driveway will be modified to accommodate a cross-access use, a shared use of that driveway as is. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the proposed, or a rendering of the proposed wellness center, kind of in front of the existing Union Hall. Next slide. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval of the development plan, subject to the 12 conditions, and I'll take any comments. I do have Greg Nelson, who will be presenting on this also, so if he can be promoted.
And while that's happening, are there any questions for staff? All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Greg. Oh, he hasn't been promoted. Shu, can you promote Greg Nelson, please?
It's in process. He should be available soon.
Oh, okay.
All right, am I here?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. First of all, I would like to, could we put Rocky Cloth also as somebody who can comment on this? He wanted to kind of do a little intro on the project itself and the purpose for building this wellness center.
Jamie, are you moving Rocky Cloth? Or do I? I mean, I can if you're, I'll just.
Yes, it's just taking a minute for people to appear in the thing. I apologize, but he should be available now.
Good morning.
There it is.
All right.
Who's going first?
Yeah, Rocky, if you could first just kind of do a little explanation on the project itself. Yeah.
Thank you. Acting Chair and Commissioners, my name is Rocky Cloth. I am the area coordinator for this, the St. Louis, Kansas City Carpenters Regional Council. We're located here at 8955 East 38th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri 64129. Our main headquarters are located in St. Louis. We appreciate the opportunity today to discuss this project and are hopeful of a favorable consideration as we look to have multiple structures and modify this development plan. Wellness Center is pretty simple. It is just in general sense, a place to provide comprehensive whole health benefits to eligible participants, their spouses, and their dependents. When we talk about general, we're talking about primary, preventative, and urgent care, as well as some minor medical procedures. We've partnered with Cerner, you're familiar with them, partly because of our responsibility that we take to promote locally owned and operated businesses, but also because of their success with similar wellness centers. Thinking primarily of the Wellness Center for Truman Med and Children's Mercy down at 2405 Grand. It is that model that we hope to achieve for our membership and their families, mostly because, number one, Cerner is extremely responsive. Number two, their model is patient-centered. Instead of 45 minutes in the waiting room, you get 45 minutes with a medical professional. Some of those specific things that we look to offer services are going to be primary care for ages 2 and up, mental health and substance abuse counseling, the regular annual school and sport physicals, vaccinations, immunizations, chiropractic care, vision services, physical and occupational therapy. At some point, we look forward to even offering dental care. Part of the reason for this location and why we chose it, in 2014, the regional council bought this structure and since put about $6 million in renovations to make it a state-of-the-art training center for carpenters and folks that want to get into the carpentry trades and the various umbrellas that we take care of. But most importantly, we made sure that we were in the city limits of Kansas City, Missouri. We did this again because, quite frankly, we're proud to be here. As our name indicates, St. Louis, Kansas City. We wanted to also offer all of our services in one location. And this wellness center is the next step in that vision. We hope to offer at least those services that we aforementioned to probably about 9,500 eligible folks that would be serviced by this location. That's within a 60-mile radius. In that area, we're looking to continue to grow as well, bringing folks in. The location is fantastic. Accessibility off of Interstate 435 and I-70. We're on bus lines. We want to be the go-to place. And when folks are here, we want them to be able to do other things because, quite frankly, right across the street is this little place called Kaufman that we're all looking forward to opening back up for game days. There are so many things about this facility that we look to offer for our membership. But one of the things that we offer for the city as well is 8 to 10 full-time employees. They're going to cover those various aspects: physician, high-level healthcare professionals. We just really look forward to being a part of this, and again, would strongly encourage you to have a favorable consideration of this program. And with that, for some of the specifics, I'd like to turn it over to Greg.
All right, Greg.
All right, thank you. What I wanted to kind of go over, first of all, was our neighborhood outreach that we've done. This was actually filed prior, back in September 20th of 19. So it was prior to the official engagement process, but we did reach out to, we were sent names for 2 township neighborhood associations. One was the Goodwill Township Neighborhood Association, the other, I don't recall the name right now. Anyway, it was an inactive association, and we weren't able to reach anybody there. But with the Goodwill Township Association, we reached out to Michael Wenzel, who was a representative of that. He lives on Ashland Ridge, which is a street nearby there. Said that he is, we described the project, and he is totally in favor of that. He said they've had a good relationship with the Carpenters Union training centers since it's been there. They've been good neighbors. And so, you know, as far as we know, there's really no opposition in the neighborhood to this proposed project. The next thing, I guess, I kind of wanted to address some of the staff conditions. Overall, we're in agreement with them. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. Item 1, C, revising the landscaping plan to the entire frontage. If you want to, Olaf, if you'd want to go back to the landscape plan there, I think it's probably toward the end of these slides. Yeah. Oops. No, maybe it's.
I didn't add the landscape plan.
Okay.
What was the comment?
All right. Well, anyway, the comment was to have that plan over the entire frontage of the site. I think we are showing that now, and there are existing trees to the west of the entrance that we're relocating. So I think what we probably just want to do is work with you as to see, you know, if there's any additional trees that we would have to add, or if the existing ones there are adequate. Of course, then we've shown trees in the plan in front of the proposed building there. And then if you'd want to go just to an overall site layout,
Back
and I
up
can kind
one.
of speak from there.
So,
Yeah.
so Craig, Greg, with reference to the condition, is it Craig?
Greg.
Greg, okay.
Yeah.
Is it with reference to the condition, you're saying you don't want it removed, you just want to know that you have flexibility?
Yes.
And clarity, okay.
Yes, yes, yes. And then, and same with kind of these other items too. 5 and 7 kind of go together, speaking of storm drainage. Number 7 concerns the BMP easement. And if we had if you've got a site view of the site there, this is going into an area where there's an existing parking lot, and we will actually be reducing the impervious area of this site because we will be adding landscape areas adjacent to the building. So I just wanted to make sure that we had consideration in that. I think that we're going to fall under the APWA exemptions in that case. That would 5601.3A4 of the APWA that said improvements that do not cause an increased area of impervious surface then would not require that that BMP easement.
So you're saying you would like for that to be removed? Or, I mean, here's what would be helpful. If we knew what you wanted us to do with the condition in addition to the explanation as to why.
Right. I just hope that we've got consideration on that. Just wanted to point that out. I think that I would say, reading that, okay, it does state that it does not, if it does not meet the exemptions. I just want to make sure that I just wanted to state that we feel that it does meet those exemptions. And then finally, item 10, south half of East 38th Terrace to be improved as required by Chapter 88. I would say, with the exception of the sidewalks, that street is already has all of those improvements that they are asking for as far as curb and gutter and lighting. So we are adding the sidewalk as part of that. So I'm not sure that needs to be a condition, given that we've already provided sidewalk on our plan.
If staff could speak to that, whether or not the condition is met by the plan's intent, or whether or not, so the condition can go away, or whether the condition need to stand as a standard condition, and we know that it's met because we see it in the plan.
Commissioner Archie, this is Stacy Lowe from Land Development. I would request the condition remain as is. Yes, we acknowledge that the sidewalk has been shown on his plans, but we still need the sidewalk to be plans for those installation to be provided, to be reviewed and accepted by the city, and then that installation to occur. So even though it's shown on the plans, we need to make sure that the work still occurs in the field at some point to comply with this condition.
Okay. All right. Does that conclude your presentation, or you have more?
Yeah, I believe it does.
All right. So referring to staff, are there questions that you may or may not have regarding the presentation that was made for the applicant commissioners? All right, seeing none or hearing none, I would ask anybody in the audience if you have a question with regard to docket item number 12 and the presentation that's been made, or any comments that you'd like to make. Please use the the hand signal on your device so that staff will know and be able to promote you to where we can share or hear your comments.
Mr. Chairman, while you're waiting for someone to hop on, the other neighborhood that was contacted was Western Blue Township.
Mhm.
And I think that the representative was Becky Hatt, and we have not had an update to the change in leadership since then. So we did not get anything back from them.
Okay.
And then regarding condition number 1C, I will work with the applicant. What I want to see is, rather than a concentration of updated brand new landscape on just this new building,
I am wound
I
up.
want
You
the
might not want to
landscape.
talk to me.
I want the landscaping to be spread across the entire front of
But
the
who cares? So who's the state?
development.
Okay. Yeah,
Right,
and I
and-
think.
Sorry,
it
I was
sounds
gonna say,
like
no one has raised their hand. Sorry.
Okay. I think the condition wouldn't change. However,
No,
it
it
sounds like we would, staff is willing to work with you to bring clarity to what the expectations are with regard to that.
Sure. Okay.
Now, can we pull the share screen off so we can kind of see what's happening? And then for the commissioners, if all is clear on what we're proposing, then we entertain a motion or discussion, whatever's needed.
It doesn't appear we have any discussion. And I believe all of the conditions as stated seem to be, they'll stay as written. So with that, let's see, which one? Okay, so docket item number 12, case number CPC 2019-00168. Recommend its approval according to the staff report.
All right, 12 conditions. Can we get a second?
Commissioner Baker Hughes, I will second that motion.
It's been moved and second that we approve docket item number 12 with this 12 conditions, and the discussion would be considered within the motion. And if we can have a roll call vote, that would be great.
Commissioner Archie,
I vote yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
and May.
She votes yes as well, which means that we have unanimous agreement on the motion. So the motion passes with unanimous vote. And good luck with your project. That
Yeah.
moves us on to
Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
13. All right. So docket item 13. I think we still have some people who we promoted that when they talk, we can hear them in previous cases.
Yes, we do. I'll work with the staff on that to get them to fix it.
Okay.
The last case is docket item 13. Or wait. Yes, 13.
Mm-hmm.
There are two companions, starting with 13.1, case number CPC 2020-00055, a request to approve a blight study and tax incentive plan for the land clearance for redevelopment authority on a quarter of an acre located at 3930 Troost. Docket item 13.2, a request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 and R-0.5 to UR, and a development plan to accommodate the redevelopment of a 25-unit apartment multifamily building on about a quarter of an acre at 3930 Troost. The staff planner is Jamie Hickey.
Before Jamie starts, may I ask a question? I am now
Yes.
a sworn-in member of the LCRA. Should I recuse myself from this issue? Tara?
She's trying to get out of this last case.
And the LCRA is, I guess I need to know LCRA's involvement.
Well, the LCRA will be overseeing this. I mean, they are able to a tax incentive granting body.
So maybe you should
I
maybe you
guess-
should recuse yourself from them on this case.
I mean, we do have
This is new for
Margaret
me.
still on, so we still have a quorum. And then I guess maybe one of the pertinent questions regarding recusal is whether this has the potential, this particular project, to go back before Commissioner Henderson in her role on LCRA. And I don't know if she can answer that or Bob Long can.
Is Bob on?
I am
He will
on.
know.
This plan is tentatively scheduled to be considered by the LCRA later this month. And along with a potential proposed redevelopment contract with the developer for the specific project. So I don't know that this creates a conflict of interest or not.
She may have to recuse herself here or recuse herself there.
Which do you want?
I guess I have a question. I mean, have you had any involvement with the project in your role with LCRA
Have I?
thus far? Like conversations or anything?
We're still new, so we've only had a couple meetings.
Okay.
And I can answer that on Commissioner Henderson's behalf. She has not seen this case yet as part of the LCRA.
Okay. So I don't, so that means I don't have a concern from CPC's standpoint, but I can't really answer the question as to whether there would be a conflict later with LCRA. I think that LCRA's counsel would need to weigh in on that. So.
And we can check on.
I don't know if they gave you an answer or not.
No.
Tammy, if you would feel more comfortable, we still have a quorum
Okay.
if you want to recuse.
I am going to do that. So I'm going to turn my video off so people don't see me here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not really appropriate since I don't represent LCRA to really. comment
That's
on
fine. We have a harder time getting a quorum at LCRA than we do at the Plan Commission. So I'd rather save it if I could. Thank you. I'm going to be muted and video off.
All right, Bob.
Well, was Jamie going to do a
Jamie
staff
first.
report?
Oh, Jamie, I'm sorry.
I can go ahead and get started. Good afternoon. What we have before you is the LCRA urban renewal plan and then the rezoning as well for 3930 Troost. Since Bob is on the line, I will let him get into the details of the LCRA plan. And I'll just briefly, since we've been on this call for a while now, go through the rezoning. Go ahead with the next slide. Thanks. So this project is located at 3930 Troost. So it's just in our Midtown area on the west side of Troost. It is included in the Troost corridor overlay. So it is in that district of the Troost corridor. Continue. Our next slide. So again, this property is on the west side of Troost. It's between 39th and 40th Street, and it's an existing historic structure. It was historically the Oglesby Hotel, and it is being planned to be converted into 25 affordable unit apartments. Next slide, please. You can see here they're really doing kind of minimal changes to the site. It's a pretty well established site already. There is existing parking on the southern end of the site. They're really just kind of making improvements to make this a more livable, usable space. There will be, all of the work is being done in accordance with the recommendations of the Secretary of Interior standards. Since this is the recipient of historic tax credits, they have to follow those standards. So typically those standards are as strict, if not more strict than many of ours. So the work that's being done externally to the property in addition to having to meet the TRUST overlay requirements, is being done to a high standard. Next slide, please. You can see here, they kind of highlight some of the work that's being done. A lot of it is kind of repair work and improving windows, things of that nature. Next slide, please. And again, this is just the front of the building. Again, you can kind of see restoration and rehabilitation of the building, not major plans to change the existing structure, as that would forfeit their eligibility for the historic tax credits. Next slide, please. Again, we'll let Bob get into the blight study and the LCRI plan, but it's a rezoning from B3 and R 0.5 to UR to accommodate the tax incentive package. Again, 25 affordable housing units, rehabilitation in accordance with the historic tax credit eligibility. Additionally, the applicant has worked with the neighborhood, and I believe that there are a couple neighborhood representatives who will be speaking to kind of discuss some of the other things that they have come to an agreement on. There are several points that the neighborhood, I think, wants to discuss, but I believe that both the applicant and the neighborhood are generally in agreement on several issues. So we'll hear from them shortly. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the rezoning. A note somehow in the translation, condition B was a duplicate condition, so we can remove that from the conditions list. And just as a note, again, the TRUST overlay district regulations do apply to this application and to future developments on the site. There are several triggers that bring that into play. And one of them, would be any expansion of parking or any changes to the facade. And some of those things are already being brought up. So this will have to comply where applicable to the TRUST overlay district. With that, I'd be glad to hand it over to Bob. I think, Nicole, if you go forward maybe 2 slides, one more. There we go. That will start his presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Bob Long with the Economic Development Corporation here today on behalf of the Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority. The item you have before you is the 3930 Troost Avenue Urban Renewal Plan. Could we have the next slide, please? This creates what we call a footprint urban renewal plan. It literally is a single property, single project urban renewal plan. It's about a $6.1 million total project cost. Dowcon LLC and Brian Collins of Dromara Development are undertaking this affordable housing project, and they have a very successful track record. This would be 25 one-bedroom units of affordable housing, 10 units affordable at the home standards, and 15 units available for Section 8 recipients. This project has received a low-income housing tax credit allocation, city home funds, historic tax credits, and debt financing from the Missouri Housing Development Corporation. This is on the west side of Troost, just south of 39th Street, and it is shares that parking lot to the south with the Bishop Sullivan Center, which is a pretty busy place, especially these days. Next, please. This, again, Jamie pointed out where this is. It's almost mid-block on the west side. And Troost, of course, is everything on the west side of Troost is in Hyde Park. And I believe you would be in Squire Park on the other side of the street. Next slide. This is the existing conditions right now. You can see the historic Oglesby Hotel, which actually started out as a private residence, a mansion, basically, and was converted into the Oglesby Hotel over time. And then sometime in the 50s or 60s, this rather unfortunate commercial addition was tacked onto the front of this. And that addition would be removed as part of this project. Next, please. So here are some of the blighting conditions. This, the commercial addition is in poor condition. I mean, the signage is bad. The is basically falling off the building. The windows are boarded. There's significant water damage to the masonry surfaces, and on the right-hand picture, you can see where some of the brickwork is chipping and cracking and coming apart due to water deterioration, and a little bit of the graffiti that's on some of the buildings as well. Next. On the south side of the building here, you can see some of the extensive water damage to the masonry and the wood, which is due to the failure of roof components and gutters and downspouts. The eaves and soffits are in very poor condition. A lot of the windows are badly deteriorated, and there's going to be extensive masonry repairs required throughout the exterior of the building. Next, please. Here we get a lovely shot of the main entry area inside the building. You can see some of the water damage resulting in, some of this is unfortunately also the result of trespassing. Next. Here's another shot in a different location in the building. You can see the ceiling tiles and the wall damage. There's floor damage and it's all due to the water infiltration due to the poor condition of the roof. Next, please. So, in summary about the blighting conditions, we have a deterioration of the roofing system, soffits and eaves. There's a failure of gutters and downspouts. Exterior masonry is extensive cracking and spalling and deterioration of tuck pointing. There's deterioration of interior walls, ceilings, and floors due to that water damage. There's evidence of trespassing and graffiti and deterioration of electrical, plumbing, and mechanical systems in the building. And therefore, we would recommend an approval of a finding of blight and further of the proposed urban renewal plan. That urban renewal plan would make the project eligible for 10 years of property tax abatement. Using the advanced KC process, this would be considered a high impact project and would therefore be eligible for up to 100% tax abatement. So 100% of the increased taxes could be abated for 10 years. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for staff in this case, or for actually the applicant? I've been in, I used to coach a few teams over at the Bishop Sullivan when it used to be a gym. And I've also served to help serve the people in the community in the Bishop Sullivan. So I've been in both of those buildings before in the various conditions, not as a, what do you call them, trespasser, and I was there. But it would be great to see that piece turn into the vision that you're sharing it for. I do have a question. So the front building, the little building on the side where they used to have all the meetings at, that building would be gone altogether, and you'll be able to, the frontage will be to the mansion itself.
Yes, I believe one of the slides that Jamie showed previously indicated that smaller, very generic beige commercial building would be removed completely, and that area would be landscaped instead, so that you would be able to see all of the original facade of the Oglesby Hotel building.
I have a quick question, Bob. Do the surrounding properties also have that tax abatement opportunity?
They would not under this plan. This plan only covers this specific property. So if there were other properties nearby or adjacent that wanted to look at the same kind of opportunity, we would need to create a separate urban renewal plan that could encompass either another single property or a small area instead.
Thank you.
So do you have any idea what the plan is for the corner lot, or is it just gonna stay as it is?
I have not been involved in any of the discussions about adjacent properties, and I'm not sure. I don't know what's going to happen with that adjacent lot. It seems like a good potential development site.
I've looked at that for a long time, just curious. Question, does anyone who is participating in this, we have 25 folks who have hung with us through these many hours. And if you have any questions or comments with reference to this property, which is on 3930 Troost, then we ask that you would indicate by raising your hand on the device that you have so the staff can see you and bring you forward to converse with us.
Looks like we do have someone, I think Shu's moving them over, named Chris Koch.
Yeah, Chris, you should be able to talk now.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Chris Koch. I'm an adjacent property owner in Hyde Park. I'm also a representative of the board member of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And I had a first question is this first address only towards the questions related to the blight study, or is it for the full project?
For the full project.
Okay. Related to the blight study, does this consideration or designation of blight and tax abatement have any effect on the neighboring homeowners' properties, specifically the 4 that are within 100 feet to the west side of the Oglesby property?
I'll answer and then I'll let somebody smarter than me answer. Maybe Joe or our planner Jamie will help us out. But I think that a blight study such as this is pretty much designated to the building itself. And so the property that we are looking at is the only one that is considered blighted, and it should not affect surrounding properties. So help me guys if there need to be something added.
That's what I would have said.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Me too.
And then I'll proceed to go on to our letter. Actually, the 4 neighboring properties in Hyde Park, at least, which is Theodore, David, myself, and Kathleen, were the 4 property owners within 100 feet of this project. We met on Sunday and sent a letter over to Jamie, our planning staff, indicating our concerns with the project, which we had these concerns 2 years ago when this original project was brought to our attention from the 3930 Troost Foundation, which was basically members of the congregation of St. James Church with a few other neighboring religious affiliations as well. They came to us and indicated that they needed neighborhood support to get city council approval or recommendation for the low-income housing tax credits. So at that time, the neighborhood made a list of concerns and ways to mitigate these concerns that were to our satisfaction, basically, that would alleviate our concerns more or less. And for more or less the last 2 years, there was no objections to these concerns or the mitigation measures that we've asked for until 2020, about a month ago. We noticed a Compass KC docket for this project, and our original list of concerns was on there with notes from a representative from the developer that had conflicting notes from what we had originally agreed on with this letter for the city council approval 2 years ago. And those being off-site, more or less, improvements. One was for parking. There's only, at the moment, it's showing 8 parking stalls for this apartment complex. We know that's going to be less than that because there's no dumpsters on the plan. There's also a transformer missing from that as well, as including the 10-foot landscape buffer as well. So we know that the 8 shown is actually inaccurate. So one of those concerns was parking overflowing onto our street, which is Harrison Street to the west. Most of us don't have driveways, or if we do, they're shared between two property owners. So myself, as well as many other people, rely on street parking for our vehicles. So we wanted to mitigate parking overflowing onto Harrison, basically from residents in this structure. To do that was to provide a decorative metal fencing along the St. James Church property, basically from the Oglesby Hotel all the way to the church. I don't know how many feet it is, maybe about 100, 120 feet. There was initial support from that from the church, as well as the Truce 3930 Foundation. The second item was a privacy wall along the west side of the parking lot. That would be 10 feet tall masonry. That would also act as the screening enclosure for the dumpsters. Right now, we've got 2 dumpsters for the Bishop Sullivan Center that are both within 35 feet of my house and David's house, and only 25 feet away from Theo's house. That's obviously a concern for us if there's going to be 2 more dumpsters back there. And the reason for the height of the wall, I think right now the code limits the wall to 6 feet. We're pushing for 10 feet because of sightline concerns from our bedrooms. Right now, even at 8 feet, which is the current fence, we can see the top of the dumpsters from any of our bedrooms. And so that was the original agreement, was that there would be a full masonry wall constructed between Oglesby and Bishop Sullivan Center, which was about 40 feet. And that would also act as that dumpster enclosure. A couple other concerns that I'll briefly touch on was the lighting and what was the last one on here? Lighting and the emptying of the dumpsters, which those things I think are more related to code and were already addressed by previous comments from the city planner. So I'm not too worried about those at the moment. That the last item was the windows on the back of the Oglesby. Just as a reference, this building actually sits on the property line. The west facade sits on the property line with Theo, one of the homeowners, and they've got, I think, 9 or 10 windows that basically are on that wall that overlook his backyard. There is no easement, or there is no separation from that building and his property. So we originally suggested that those windows be filled if not necessary. And if they were necessary, that they would be opaque and inoperable. From back and forth discussions with the developer or the developer's representative, it seemed that we came to an agreement that these would at the very least be inoperable, but that the first floor would still be opaque. Obviously, there's a pretty big privacy concern when you've got 3, or I don't know how many apartments that is on the back. I think 3 looking directly into his backyard. So I think more or less those were originally agreed on, and we didn't have any issues until very recently when the notes on this meeting minutes from the developer's representative said that they weren't going to make off-site improvements, being that fence, and they would only include the privacy wall for the dumpsters on the Oglesby property, which is about half of that parking lot distance. We wanted to come on here and say that we met collectively, as well as with the Hyde Park Neighbor Association president, and confirmed that we would pull neighborhood support for this project if these original items were no longer being considered. And since then, I think we have landed on an agreement with the developer that they would provide these, or that they would at least coordinate these being provided by the adjoining property owners. However that works out, it's not really our concern, but we wanted to make sure that these go on record. And in relation to that 10-foot privacy, or not 10-foot privacy, the 10-foot landscape buffer on the west side of the parking lot, we, the neighbors, didn't really have an issue with that not being in place. So if there was a variance to allow the developer to not include that, so long as that the 10-foot privacy fence was installed the full length, we're okay with that, because honestly, the further that those dumpsters get pushed out away from the wall, the more we can see them from our properties, and we don't really want to see them. So we're okay with that 10-foot landscape buffer not being provided, so long as those other conditions were met. And I think that's all the points I wanted to hit on. Sorry for taking that amount of time. I did have one last item. There was a general concern that none of the property owners or adjacent property owners had been in any discussions with the developer relating to temporary construction easements. None of the photos showed this, but the power lines for overhead power lines, as well as the communication lines for our houses, as well as this building, literally touch the back of Oglesby Hotel. And so what we understood from discussions with Evergy was that there was going to need to be some boring underground to get around this building, basically, which means going into at least two of the homeowners' backyards to do this, which also means removal of their fence and accessory structures such as sheds and landscape. There's been no discussions from anyone from the developer on how this is going to work. I don't know if that's part of the planning process, but we wanted to at least go on record and say that we want these discussions to happen sooner than later because from what we understood, there was no temporary construction easement allowance that's automatically granted to the developer. So we should be hearing from them, I would expect, but no one has so far.
Okay, let me see if I can generally summarize. There's a parking issue because it looks like if you try to put dumpsters on the property, then you're gonna have to compromise the amount of parking that you have. Secondly, the 10-foot wall or whatever is permitted by code is a request, and that wall is designed to block off the dumpsters, any dumpsters that are there, so they won't be seen along the way. There's a lighting plan that you want to make sure that is not invasive. The inoperable windows means that the windows can't come up or come down, or you can't see out of them.
Inoperable means you can't open them, and the opaque means you can't see through them. And from what we saw from the original plans was that any of those windows or any of the rooms that had a window that we were suggesting being inoperable still had a window on the north or south side of the building that would be operable. You could still escape through that if you needed to in the event of a fire. So we weren't changing the life safety of the building, just merely adding more privacy to our backyards, basically, so people couldn't open their window and literally drop something out into one of our backyards since that facade is on the property line.
All right, and then there was some notification about, or either an idea of when you would be notified, where in the process you're notified with reference to construction plans and how invasive they may or may not be. With the landscaping, you said that you were not as concerned about that if the wall gets built right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure we captured in general all the things.
Sorry, yeah, I know I had a few points and I would kind of rush through it as quick as I could and not take up too much time.
No, you were great, very articulate. Now, and so I'm going to go and see if there's anyone else who wants to comment, and then we will allow the applicant to address those comments and try to settle in on them. Is there anyone else, Joe, who have their hand raised up?
I see, I see one person who has raised their hand named David Rinaldi. And I believe Shu is promoting him now so he can speak. Or maybe Brian Collins too. I don't know, Shu, which one's first?
Brian's already here and unmuted.
Okay, I'll talk, and I'll let David talk too. But my name's Brian Collins. I'm a consultant to the developer. Dowcon and Dolph Woodman is also on the call, and we have agreed to work with the neighbors in the construction of the screening wall, and we have and Bishop Sullivan Center.
Okay,
has,
Brian,
yes.
let me interrupt you for just a second. Before you speak on behalf of the applicant, I want to make sure we have all of the questions from the general public. And so if there's anybody else who from the public can share, and then we'll come back to you if that's okay.
That's great.
So who was the other person? Was it, we had Chris, what about David?
I'm here, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, I'm the adjoining property owner to the parking lot section. I would just want to clarify that the wall, I currently have an 8-foot fence right there. And the wall would be to kind of replace that fence and keep people from coming on our property, climbing over. We have people that are coming over to the Bishop Sullivan Center, and they'll hop into the backyard thinking they can get there and hop into the fence. So it's just a way to kind of keep that from happening and kind of make it a little safer. With it, originally it was being talked about going like halfway across, And that would have created a cubby hole behind that wall and between my fence. And I thought that'd be a safety issue with how many people we have coming and going out of there. We currently have people that'll be behind the dumpsters, and I've got dogs, so there's less people now because they'll sit out there and bark like crazy. But we didn't want that to become a problem. And knowing there's limited space, the wall would be, the dumpsters would be in front of the wall, and then it would work as like the back of an enclosure. But it's more to separate the properties, so we don't have issues with people storing stuff stashed in the back of our fences or throwing it over in our properties and things like that.
Okay. All right. We appreciate that, and just some clarity on that wall, and to make sure that it covers all of the space that was discussed and agreed upon during the earlier discussions.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think we got that. Is there anyone else who wants to testify who's not the applicant? So we good, Joe?
Yes, no one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so hearing the concerns, and I did read, and I think we all did get a chance to read the letter of concern, and the details of a discussion that took place some time ago. I was excited that a discussion took place some time ago, and that the neighborhood was in as early as they were. I want to make sure that what we've committed to as an applicant is followed through on within the process. So Bob, if you can help us along with anyone, Bob or whoever, and Brian, anyone that you want to call forward.
Sure. Again, it's Brian Collins. The developer has agreed to construct the wall between the Oglesby Hotel and the Bishop Sullivan Center. There's a small restroom building that would complete the closure behind the neighbor's property. We certainly will work with them on construction easements. We're looking for construction probably to start in August of this year. So we will do that as soon as we can. The church and the 3930 Foundation, who own the Oglesby building, they have agreed to construct the fence that will eliminate the ease of crossing the ATA parking lot and the church property onto Harrison Street. So it'll end that cut through process. We certainly have agreed to make the rear windows inoperable. I guess I have a concern, and I'll let that making those windows opaque in a person's residence is somewhat of an imposition and maybe a hindrance to the marketability of the unit. These buildings are separated by at least 20 or 25 feet, which is pretty standard in Kansas City, that your next door neighbor is probably in most cases closer than 20 or 25 feet. I know I measured my house, I'm 16 feet from my neighbors, and our windows are not opaque, but we all have blinds and curtains. And I think if there were concerns about the behavior of a tenant, we could work with management to eliminate that. So I would rather not make those windows opaque, just because to take into the consideration the future residents of the building. But it was not a condition of the zoning. So, and based on the discussion with the neighbors, and we would like that the condition 1D, which is the landscaping requirement at the back of the parking lot, that not be required, because we are building the wall that will screen the property from the adjacent residential uses.
Okay. There was some question about parking and some question about lighting.
lighting will meet code, no question, no problems with that. And parking, and I would let, I guess maybe Jamie could, I don't think we have a parking requirement under the, or at least adding any additional parking under the Troost Overlay District. We do have an agreement with St. James Church that that residents can use the church parking lot, the vacant lot that you mentioned at the corner of 39th and Troost, as required. And they would have no access back to the building if they were to park on Harrison. So I don't think there's any reason for them to consider parking on Harrison.
That issue was related to the dumpster, whether or not, because you would remove some of the parking, then you would have to remove the parking to put the dumpsters there. So maybe a better question would be, where would the dumpsters be located?
The dumpsters are located at the southwest corner of the building in the existing parking area that is on our property. So I guess I would ask the planner if we do we have a parking issue? I don't know.
So as was indicated in the staff report, there were some mentions of reductions in parking for various reasons. We will need to see kind of executed plans for any of those. So you say you have a shared parking agreement and those things. We will need those executed legal documents in order to make sure that the parking requirements are being met. But I do believe that with the reductions that are in place due to affordable housing being present and along a transit corridor and other items, I think that we will likely get to a place where we have sufficient parking on the site to meet code, but we will need to see some executed agreements, and that is one of the conditions of approval.
Really, as this boils down to it, the opaque windows is something that developer just feels like that is a big compromise, but inoperable windows is something that they're willing to do. And there was a request to remove the stipulation of 1D because the wall will be there and it will make that not necessary. The construction easements will be shared as they are permitted further along in the process. I think what was mentioned, and everything else I think you clearly stated, unless I'm forgetting something.
Right, as far as the requests, I think that generally staff is okay with some of those requests. The windows, I mean, there are fire code and building code requirements that have to do with operable windows. Assuming that they meet those standards, there's no reason why they can't close those windows. But again, this is something that isn't really within it's not a Chapter 88 code to require windows be open or closed, or operable or inoperable. That's an agreement the developer could come to. The privacy wall and the screening, there is dumpster and other utility screening requirements in the Troost overlay. Those will have to be met. There are height limitations to how tall walls can be, so anything that would violate that would require a variance. So I know the idea of a 10-foot wall was floated. That would be required to obtain a variance to build a 10-foot wall. Now, if they were to build one, I'm sorry.
I think Chris pointed that out. He recognized that there were restrictions there, but he's urging the applicant to go for it. And if he doesn't get it, he understands that. But per their agreement earlier, then the effort, he would appreciate, I think.
Yeah, and so that's something that we can't stipulate a 10-foot wall unless they obtain a variance. So we can put that condition in, but it would be pending a variance approval.
All right. All right. Any other questions? Are we at a place, commissioners, where we are clear enough to make a motion on how to move forward with this?
Yeah, I think we're getting close here. So 1D, this is Commissioner Crowell, by the way. Is it a either or? So if you put the wall in, you don't need the landscaping, or you put the wall in, you have to have the landscaping as well?
technically they would need to meet, by code, they would need to meet the landscaping requirement. They could also obtain a variance to remove any code restrictions or code requirements for that. But
So you need both.
So if we had the wall there, you would need, why would you need the landscaping buffer? If the wall is a buffer? Like if I put a retaining wall somewhere, then I don't,
well, a lot of times it's not just a wall. There's landscaping and screening requirements, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a wall. The wall isn't required. So there's often screening requirements that can include a fence with landscaping. I mean, I suppose maybe I need clarification on if that can be waived at this stage.
and saying, I think they want the 10-foot wall based on their negotiation with the neighborhood in lieu of the landscaping.
Jamie, I think, this is Joe, I think that 88-425, the landscaping part of our code, gives staff authority to approve alternative compliance.
Right.
With the goal in mind of that it's providing screening. That's the whole point of the requirement. So if the neighborhood's negotiating with the developer to do something above and beyond what is required by code, which, as Jamie pointed out, in this case is just a fence and landscaping, but if they're wanting a wall or they want to specify what it's constructed of or the height, then that's something that if the commission wanted the city to enforce that, you would need to change the condition to state that. I don't think you have an issue with not doing landscaping or the fence because the wall has the same effect as a fence, and also because staff has authority to waive that requirement essentially. So the commission would also have authority, in my opinion.
And so what you're saying, Joe, is just 1D kind of fits all those scenarios.
Well, I think what Jamie's condition, if you leave it in there, what's going to happen is if those negotiations between the developer and the neighborhood, if they're just a private negotiation and they work it all out, that's fine. But if they don't work it all out, for the city to force the developer to build a 10-foot wall, your condition needs to state that. Because that's above and beyond what's in the code, and Jamie wouldn't have the ability to require that later.
And I guess I don't know if I would say 10-foot. I would say build a wall that's suitable for screening at some point, because I don't want the BZA to reject it and then there's no other alternative.
Yeah.
And so I would say a wall 10-foot or 10-foot, or as approved by BZA or something like that. Brian, Brian and Bob, how do you guys, I mean, I don't know if you gave me a clear feeling on whether or not the wall was an issue with you guys or not. It sounds like it was a previous negotiation.
Yeah, it is. Yes. No, we've agreed to meet the neighbor's request.
Okay. All right. Something happened.
I believe Nicole's bringing the PowerPoint back up just because there's so much discussion about site plan issues that it might be beneficial for everyone. So it sounds like to me, again, it sounds to me like what the neighborhood is asking and the developers considering is more restrictive or more strict than our code. So what I'm saying to the commission is if you agree with that and you want the city to enforce it, in other words, make sure it gets built, then you need to put that in as a condition into your recommendation.
And so with that in mind, my general suggestion is that we would take D1 and from a landscaping recommendation to a wall that is 10 foot in height or as approved by BZA. As the substitute buffer.
Sorry, were you asking me or the applicant that?
Well,
I think I got what
kinda-
you're saying,
yeah.
Commissioner Archie.
All right. Okay, so we're ready for a motion.
Yes, so let's start with docket item 13.1. So this is Commissioner Crowell and case number CPC 2020-00055. Recommend approval of blight on the site and the blight study.
You're doing that separate?
No, I was just going to take them separately.
No, okay. All right, then I need a second on that.
Commissioner Baker Hughes, I would second that.
All right, there's been a motion on, with reference to docket item 13.1, that there'll be approval of the finding of blight. Can I get a roll call on the vote?
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
Yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
and May.
I can't see her when the screen is shared like that. May. Margaret.
She hasn't chatted yet. Yeah, she just
she
came
said
in.
13. There it is. Okay. She says yes.
Yes.
So that means it's been unanimously approved as a finding of blight. And so the vote carries unanimously with all participants.
Yeah, okay, so in reference to docket item 13.2, case number SUP 2020-00038, recommend its approval with modification to condition 1D to add perimeter, so where it says perimeter landscaping, add wall or fence 10 feet in height or as approved by BZA.
So wall or fence?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about fence in there too. So it's either landscaping, wall, or fence. It seemed like that was an option that was thrown out there as part of our discussion. Is that not?
I thought over there it was the 10-foot
Just
wall.
landscaping or wall?
I think it was, the options are kind of the landscaping and fencing together, or the wall as requested by the neighborhood, if I may.
Okay. Landscaping and fencing or wall as approved by the BCA.
The second. We had a second to that.
Baker Hughes, I'll second that.
All right. So as we move to second that we, with reference to docket item number 13.2, that we approve the project as recommended with the adjustments of D1 as stated in the motion. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Archie,
I vote yes.
Baker Hughes,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
and May.
And she said yes on the blessing and on the plan. Yes, she said yes. So that means unanimously we accepted that motion as well, and it is approved. And according to staff report and the recommendation, motion is approved. So we look forward to seeing that transition, Bob. I drive up and down Truce all the time. I live there. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. And I would like to say to Chris and those who are associated with St. John that you guys do an enormous work in that area. I have coached so many teams in your property over there and just love the fact that you are as committed to the community as you are. And with that, Joe, you can lead us to an ending of this meeting.
Goodbye.
Let me say this, as far as I know, according to Babette's last message, that we were responsible to carry on the Plan Commission meetings until we are notified, and that we will be notified with some notice so that we can kind of plan our lives accordingly. So we just kind of anticipate hearing from the staff or either the mayor's office as to how we'll move forward. That makes
Yeah, and
sense?
I would just point out that these meetings aren't that long, so it's not much of a imposition.
You said the meetings aren't that long? Yeah, I appreciate that.
Nice try.
All right.
Sarcasm.
And listen, appreciate the staff, appreciate everybody and the work that we do. I think we make a difference in Kansas City. And so even though we put in the long hours, I think it's worth it in the end. And we are adjourned.
All right. See you guys later.
Bye.
All.